We have a $20 donation from Caleb MacArthur. Hey guys, been watching GDQs for about 3 years now, and it consistently puts me in awe of how my favorite games have so many secrets hidden in them. Keep up the good work, guys. I look forward to watching so much more.
There's a heart container there. If you don't grab it now, the game just gives it to you at the end of the chapter, so it's whatever. There's actually like a wrong warp to the credits in this. I think it's this dungeon, or maybe it was the prior one, but it's not really viable for human to do. You walk on the water and then go out of bounds and do some really weird stuff. And it's pretty crazy.
We have a $10 donation from Courtney Wistinger, who says, great cause, excited to donate more later in the event. And a $15 donation from Jake Pavia, who says, radical, Zoda's Revenge was one of my favorite games as a kid. Here's to a great cause and a great game.
What am I doing? Okay, that was embarrassing.
How long did it take you to have to learn that when you first started running the game?
I never learned it. I just used the map. Oh, so I got this magic attack now. You needed to get through the entrance of this dungeon, that's why I went up to the maze first. It has slightly better range than my dagger, but it's really weak. It gets stronger later on, but at the moment, I'm only going to use it on enemies that require me to use it on.
Pretty nice of that monkey, though.
Yeah. I jumped right there because there's a trap floor, or a fake floor. I gotta wait next to this fire to make sure it spawns. It only spawns when you're close to it, so I wanted to make that side. Those zombies can only be damaged by the magic.
We have a $50 donation from Sgdq Johansson, who says, it's great that this event has started again. Been looking forward to this since Sgdq 2014. What you guys are doing is nothing short of spectacular. I love every second of it every time, and it's nice to see Iceplug sitting there again. Here's $50. Let Iceplug put 25 of them to whatever he wishes, and as for the remaining 25, I would like to put them towards renaming Strago in Final Fantasy VI to Poxnor. Keep up the good work.
So these skeletons cannot be killed. They can only be stunned. So I just zap them, just get them out of the way. I always thought these mummies looked like they had mustaches on. I don't really know
That's the thing.
What's with that?
We have a $10 donation from Naram Kashat, who says, might as well get in the running for the Perler while helping the charity. Good luck to Gubadoo on Star Tropics 2. Also, let's push the Metroid Fusion 1% race closer to completion.
And they really do look good, mustaches.
So you need to use, I needed to grab the fruit there to make these guys come out. You have to kill them all to get to the next room.
What happens if you use all those uses? Does it respawn back in that room?
I actually don't know.
I think you would have to leave the dungeon, but I'm not sure.
That guy right there, the mummy I just jumped into, he's sometimes bad and he just like sits there. I need to jump. Good boss.
Good boss. The boss actually does an insane amount of damage if you allow him to hit you.
I think if you get hit by his like special beam cannon, he does like 5 hearts. I'm not too sure exactly how much it is.
Even if you're not able to donate, we do thank you for watching. If you want to help get the word out, you can support the stream without donating by sharing us on social media under hashtag Sgdq2014. That would be a big help to get the word out and get this event more exposure. We have a $10 donation from MC Augstcons, who says, "Congrats on raising so much money already. This is my 4th donation and I hope to donate more. Good luck with the marathon." Thank you, MC. I have another $10 donation from Helen Nilsson, who says, "Greetings from Sweden. Been watching the marathon since the start, and I've got to say, it just gets better and better. Keep up the awesome work, guys. You are all an inspiration. Put the money to saving the frames, kill the animals."
So I'm in London now, and then I need to meet Sherlock at the museum because he thinks Zodax is going to steal the Tetrad. So heading to the museum, but the way you're supposed to go is to get busted by the police. I don't know why they arrest you, but they do.
What's funny is that the policeman doesn't arrest you until you actually speak to him. He doesn't actually catch you.
Yeah, you want to get arrested. Okay, so these are like really shoddy prisons, so I can just like walk right there. I thought it was somewhere else. If you go to the left there, you get a heart container, but it's not necessary for speedrun.
They give that one to you at the end of the
Yeah.
stage too.
These wraps right here, you can walk off the edge, so it's very important that I be careful on these. I'm gonna do this long jump again. Hope I don't die. Okay, cool.
Very nice.
Nice.
Very nice.
This next boss coming up cannot actually damage you. The only way to die is to fall in the water. He's pretty simple though. I should just get him in one loop around.
We have a $10 donation from Timo Bauer, who says, quick break between 2 appointments. Thanks Sgdq for making this enjoyable. And a $7.47 donation from Stephen Crosby, who says, donating again to say I love this series. Can I get some hype for a Star Tropics 3?
So yeah, pretty simple. You can miss a couple shots and still be okay.
We have a $100 donation from Christian Tellefsen, who says, hello from Norway. Nice initiative to a good cause. Good games and good players. Reminds me of good times. Have a great week. Thank you for your donation, Christian.
There's an optional weapon in that fire room. It's about like 50% stronger, but there's not much enemies that it helps on in this next area, so I don't get it. But I will use it for the boss.
What is that supposed to be?
Yeah, giant insects? I don't know. Nice. When I first started playing this game, I had so much problems with the stream, even though it's not hard at all. I just got impatient and walked off these rafts all the time. Oh, and unlike the first game, that sign back there was a 1-up. And in this game, you can't get negative 1-ups like you do in Star Tropics 1. So this spike disc is about, I think it's 50% stronger, maybe it's 33% stronger. I'll use it on the boss. I want him to spawn in the bottom left corner, and there's really no way that I know to manipulate him, but he seems to spawn down there most often. I want him to spawn in the bottom left plus give me his flame attack.
Nice.
Cool.
Really good.
Very nice.
Yeah, that's the boss. That was faster than the task. The task doesn't get the spike disc for whatever reason. So far, this has been pretty good, actually.
And yeah, you barely had any health that you needed to get back up.
Yeah, I lost a second and a half from being damaged. I just got hit by a spider there at the end, I think. So this game was actually released in 1994. So it didn't sell very well because the Super Nintendo had already been out for, I think, 3 years at the time. They were trying to put out some more games because they did the remodeled NES top loader, but it didn't sell very well, so there's still a lot of copies of this floating around.
Yeah, that's one of the later NES releases.
Yeah, it's actually the second to the last in North America. Wario's Woods was later. Yeah, I love those guys dancing. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to go there.
So in this chapter, it requires you to learn a dance.
Cactus dance.
The cactus dance. And you're supposed to do the directional inputs by a different direction, different shaped cactus. But the directions don't really work that well.
Yeah, I haven't looked at them in a while. I'm not sure what exactly it says, but you're supposed to go to the saloon and talk to the guy playing the piano. He tells you the cactus dance, but I already know where to blast, so don't need to do that.
They just willingly give you a huge load of dynamite.
Well, yeah.
Just
why not?
whoops.
Oh, some of these other places where I won't blow have nuggets, which you can trade for points, which are completely worthless.
Weird. It shows up on the donate page.
They kind of look like chicken nuggets on this.
Yeah, they do.
And there's like another one that has like a heart container in it.
It takes a while to get here.
Points in this game are really weird. Like, you start
Should
off with a
be, like,
base,
up here, right?
7,650 per dungeon,
Yeah, it's right there.
and you lose 30 points for every 2 enemies you kill. So the game actually punishes you points-wise for killing enemies. Yeah, this is Star Trek X1 is the same.
So since this is a speed run, you're killing the least amount of enemies possible.
Yeah, so this is a high score run too. Like somebody called Twin Galaxies or something.
Are those cactus men?
Yeah,
Yes.
they're Cactus Men. They're reskin later as Rockman. These guys right here, once you hit them with a dagger, they go a little bonkers. If you hit them with a magic, they still stay as the just form. It's a lot faster just to hit them with the daggers. Now this boss is actually skippable, but it's incredibly hard
It's
to do.
incredibly difficult.
Yeah, I can only get like maybe 10% of the time, 10, 15. You're supposed to get damaged by the rock the same frame that you jumped into the pit, which requires you to land on like a 2-pixel white strip, which is not really something I would be doing in Marathon. It takes maybe like 15 seconds. He's not a hard boss at all.
Did you get that in your record run?
No, I did it for the SRG Marathon though.
I've just been told that there is a bid war that's opened up. You can donate to choose whether we'll see Mario Kart 64 by Fire Dragon 764 or F-Zero GX by Nigleria. That run will be on Thursday, so only one or the other will happen. Get your donations in now for that.
So now I got the Super Psychic Shockwave from the Donkey. It's still slightly weaker than the dagger, but it has much better range, so I'll just be using it most of the time instead of the dagger. I'm gonna grab this. I might not need it, but one of the mini boss in this stage is really random, so you might hurt me a lot. I just want to be a little safe.
I have a $5 donation from Michael Krenz, who says, "This goes to save the animals on Star Tropics 2. All those poor froggies, zombies, bears, and what else have a right to live too." And I have a $35 donation from Travis Seinel, who says, "Thanks for all the games and keep up the good work."
So here I'm going to grab an invincibility star I need for the boss. It makes like what would be a really, really difficult boss, like, you know, completely easy. You just don't even have to try.
The boss in this stage is very random in his movement, so it's really easy to get hit.
Yeah, this guy right here, he can come from either track, from either side. It doesn't matter where he was before. And these guys, he just spawns out more. Okay. Well, I'm glad I got the medicine. That's okay. Something about this game, this probably has the worst low health alert noise out of like maybe any game ever.
It's true.
It's very harsh, and whenever I know that always happens, it repeats the sound. So bear with me here, it'll clear up in a moment. There's some help up ahead over it.
Was it in the first game as well?
We have a $10 donation from Kevin Wong, who says, I am donating because the giant waffle is in the audience. Waffle wins. And a $5 donation from Corey Losi, who says, sad that I'm at work watching this on mobile quality without sound instead of at home. But keep going fast, guys.
I need to jump here to get over those rocks. So, yeah, pretty easy. You just use invincibility on him. He's dead. That's actually the only dungeon that has those invincibility stars in it. But there's 2 of them. I don't know why I didn't put those anywhere else.
If you notice, his health went up faster when he used the medicine than it does usually if you have to wait at the end of a level.
Yeah, that's why I used the medicine there, even though I really didn't need the health. I don't want to wait for it to tick up slowly, like right now.
So grabbing that medicine probably actually saved you a little time. About
close.
even, yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah.
We have a $10 donation from MC August Collins, who said, just heard my last donation read on stream and was surprised my last name was pronounced correctly. $10 to Reader's Choice. Well. All right. I'm just taking a stab at it, guys. I really can't. I don't know if I'm reading a lot of these names correctly, but we also have $100 from Yusef Ashkanani, who says, "Yo, I like watching these old games. It's more entertaining than World Cup. Good luck for all."
Oh, that was bad RNG. You have to walk around him now. That's like a whole half a second.
I don't know how you're gonna make that up, man.
I don't know. No. This is like more of like a platforming dungeon. There's no enemies in it. It has a really annoying puzzle at the end. I'll explain when I get to that. Oh, this room has a weird quirk. If you shoot your attack, you have the katana and everything. It changes back to the dagger. Don't know why.
Absolutely no use for that either.
Yeah, I don't know if it's. Yeah, no clue why that happens.
We have a $50 donation from Eric Benerdal, who says, I've been watching old AGDQ runs on YouTube for weeks leading up to this year's summer event. Glad to finally see you live and have the ability to donate to a great cause, saving the animals.
Okay, to open these doors, I need to get all these balls in the hole. And you hit them once to change their position. This next room's a little tricky. Not good.
We have a $35 donation from Philip
Yeah,
Ederbrandt. And yeah, some of these donation names are hard to read, but that's the price we pay for having support from so many wonderful people all over the world. So it's definitely, thank you so much, guys. This donator says, I woke up today and felt sick, but that's all right. I've got you guys to entertain me and I feel much better. Thank you for all your hard work and all these pleasant hours. Well, I hope you feel better, Philip.
Yeah, so I'm a little disappointed about that last room. It happens. If you try like hitting those balls too fast, they just like stay on the same track, so that's not useful at all. So it's all about timing, and I was just bad right there. I'm gonna lose 8 seconds later on because of those parts.
Beautiful.
It's radical.
Beautiful.
So I have a katana now, so I'll be unsheathing that later. So a lot more cutscenes, so if you have any donations, then go ahead.
So is the katana more powerful than the magic, or?
It's more powerful than actually the next magic, but it has a higher or lower rate of fire than the range on it. It's not great. Here I just get right back on it because that island just has a hard container on it.
Well, to be fair with the katana, you only need one cut and you'll slice through anything.
Yeah, this dungeon right here has a bunch of trap doors, so I gotta move. It looks like I'm moving weird because I'm avoiding falling through. This next place I'm going to drop down to can be one of 4 different rooms. It should be the spider window. I did it right. Okay, sweet. Yeah, it's like based on your timing, since I moved through there correctly without like wasting any inputs. Wasting any frames, I should say. It's this one. And it's actually the fastest room, so it works out nicely.
As a reminder, if you donate a minimum of $10 during this run, you'll be in the running to win a sealed copy of Star Tropics 2. We have a $50 donation from Mikko Tikkanen, who says, "Keep on running for a great cause. Got to love all the games I've never even heard of being played with fun and usually informative commentary."
Yeah, I had to move a little weird there. Those dungeons right there at the end are some of the hardest in the game, so I'm really glad I don't have to do those. And it has some like weird enemies that they're not anywhere else in the game. So yeah, 8 seconds from me getting damage on the ball puzzle. But yeah, this is very radical right now.
Another interesting thing about this game is that it was only released in North America. It was never made in Japan.
Yeah,
or
that's
anything.
why there will never be Mike Jones in a Brawl game or
A Smash.
game.
Mm-hmm.
It was developed in Japan, though, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It was-
it's made by those guys that did Punch Out, Super Punch Out, and they did all the hardware and stuff too.
But they only released it here.
Yeah.
Same with the first game.
I think only recently it came to like Europe with the Virtual Console release.
Mm-hmm.
Still, this never came to Japan as far as I know.
I have a $10 donation from Lee Oliver, who says, "Donating for F-Zero because Nigleria." And another $10 donation from Drew Notarnicola, who says, "I was sad because I thought there'd be no F-Zero run. This is the most impressive game for speedruns, period. More donations for Nigleria."
Yeah, F-Zero is an amazing run if you guys can catch it.
Mm-hmm.
So right there, you can only damage the pink ghost. I stood right there at the top middle to manipulate his spawn.
And
This
I
guy
have-
right here can be a pain. You can only hit his back. And sometimes he just won't show you his back. It's a little annoying. That was pretty good though.
We have a $15 donation from Michael Cook, who says, "Hey folks, awesome initiative and a really cool way to raise money. Discovering new games is great. Thanks for putting so much effort into this Star Tropics run."
Do you have a launcher from your last time?
No. You have to have something to like push up against.
A wall of some sort.
There might be another place that I like overlooked, but I think there's only 2 spots we can do it. This guy right here, if you shoot his bubbles, they come blasting at you like that.
If you're just joining us, this is Summer Games Done Quick 2014, speedrun event held by Speed Demo's Archive and Speedruns Live. We are raising money for Doctors Without Borders, which is an international medical humanitarian organization created by doctors and journalists in France in 1971. Today, MSF, that's Médecins Sans Frontières, provides independent, impartial assistance in more than 60 countries to people whose survival is threatened by violence, neglect, or catastrophe, primarily due to armed conflict, epidemics, malnutrition, exclusion from healthcare, or natural disasters. In 1999, MSF received the Nobel Peace Prize for their efforts. Thank you for all your donations. All the money we receive in donations goes to them.
So this guy, he can spawn in 1 to 4 places. He won't spawn in the same spot twice,
The second phase of this is probably one of the hardest bosses in the game unless you know how to maneuver around the
yeah,
feathers.
he has this wind attack which pushes you back. You can see right now. That's good.
That's very good. An interesting thing to note is that there will be a boss rush later and the spikes at the bottom will change sprites.
Yeah, I really don't know the reason of that.
I have a $10 donation from Adam McDonald, who says, "Hey, Elk from 91.8 The Fan again with my second donation so far. I just encouraged our listeners to watch and donate if they have the means, and if this is read, I encourage everyone watching, even if it's a small amount, to donate as well. Every bit helps. It looks like Kill the Animals is lagging behind, so let's save those frames." And yes, he has a good point. Even the smallest donation will help many, many people. Even something like $10 can purchase 45 emergency food rations for use in a crisis or a natural disaster. $30 can purchase wound care for 6 burn victims. $35 can treat one severely malnourished child with therapeutic food. So every little bit helps. Don't think that your donation is too small. We're glad to have everybody donate that can.
I like the way these knights are jamming out. They're just happy being a knight. And those guys are brawling down there. They say like they're brawling like the same guys do at the saloon earlier in the game.
Just received a $50 donation from Virgil Roussos, who says, "Well, thank you for this stream. From all the French restream, the Germensch live on. Please let Mr. MV sing his opera. Also, you all rock. Have good runs and stay quick." And a $10.
So now I'm a knight, and I needed to do that to get past this guard up ahead. And I'm going to fight the dragon.
And there's a $10 donation from Jeffrey Swarfman, who says, "Never got to own Star Tropics 2. Hope I win. This run is great."
So this dungeon's a little interesting. It has a couple rooms where once you destroy all the enemies, the floor turns to mush and you just walk through. This guy right here can be a pain if he goes down there like this.
No. Oh, come on.
There we go.
We have a $1 donation from Scion, who says, Scion again, Gub, go for boulder skip.
No, too late.
This game is really, really
Don't
good
take
music.
advice from the worst Kong.
So these are always the same.
Those instant death, or do they just damage you a
No,
lot?
it's like, well, this right here.
Alright, 3 hearts.
We have a $10 donation from Corey Losi, again, who says Sgdq should be renamed Gamers Without Borders, considering how many times players glitch out of bounds. And another $10 donation from Shayna Pardew, who says, glad to finally be able to catch a GDQ live. The skill and dedication of the runners on so many games I've never even heard of constantly blows me away. Keep going fast, guys. Put half this towards the Mario Kart 64 run, and the other half to the runner's choice.
Probably one of the worst bosses in the game, just to
Yeah,
try and keep
it's-
up with him.
It's very poorly designed. It's hard for the boss to hit you, and it's also hard for you to hit the boss. He just goes back and forth the whole time, just shooting his lasers. It doesn't matter what you do.
Is this the seizure, like epileptic warning? right
That's
here?
at the end of the game.
At the end, alright. Remember.
So it turns out the monkey and the donkey were actually Merlin, helping you out throughout all of the ages you've been to.
We have a $5 donation from Austin Adams, who says, Yo, Gubadoo, glad I could catch your run of Star Tropics 2, and I'm super hype I could make you improve your Kid Dracula world record. I will never beat it. Shoutouts to Feasel, Gildersneeze, Broman, TMR, Iceplug, and Bluegrass. Sorry if I missed anyone.
Oops. Miscounted there. If I go below the top, if I lose more than 1 heart right now, I'm going to lose my powered up weapon. So it's very important. But there's plenty of hearts in this dungeon. Like, right.
Again, the Rygar donation war has changed from either full or glitched. Now it's full or glitched, or both glitched and full run. Full and glitched is winning at 180, full is slightly behind at 170, and glitched is in last at 125. We have a $10 donation from Matthew Owens, who says, thank you for doing what you do for a great cause. I loved Star Tropics when it came out, but I never knew there was a sequel. I'm going to have to track it down now. Keep up the good work. And $10 from Nicholas Grugan, who says, amazing Star Tropics 2 run.
So these gold knights are the same as that ghost in the Transylvania dungeon.
That was a good
They're
one.
just really annoying, but yeah, but that was good.
I have a $15 donation from Simulikoko, who says, Kisu Panteri from Finland here. Been watching you guys from the beginning and enjoyed every second of the runs. Keep up the good work. Love those NES runs. You guys rock. And $10 from Pascal Fisher, who says, your marathons are like Christmas, but 2 times a year. I love you all and keep up the great work. And another $20 from Ben Colt, who says, I loved Star Tropics as a kid. I never knew there was a sequel to the game until I saw the run list for this year. This goes to the I Am the Wind challenge. Cannot wait to see that run. I have $100 from Doug Mann. Here's a name you can't mispronounce. Love Star Tropics. Thanks for all the nostalgia. Keep up the killer runs.
So this guy, I can only damage him by hitting his face. But you can hit him as much as you want when he's on the ground like that.
All right, thanks.
Okay, it's getting close to the end. There's just like one. Oh, I should use that medicine. Medicines give you 5 hearts. I completely forgot to use it. So now I have to wait for this kicker to slowly give me 5 hearts.
Okay, this is a points run anyway.
We have $35 from Marcus Shokist, who says, this is money, happy Christmas. And $50 from Joachim Edlund, who says, figured I should donate some money because you folks are bloody amazing.
So this is like the throwback dungeon from the first game. It's got a remix of the island music and the main dungeon theme.
What's cool is like they kept all the dungeon layout the same and everything. It was pretty precise to what the first game was.
Yeah, it's like a condensed version though, like, and you have to do different things to unlock doors. It's really close though.
We have $35 from Logan Murkowski, who says, Sgdq on the week of my birthday? Thanks for putting all this together twice a year. It's great to watch and it's for a great cause. 35 to announcer's choice for having to deal with last names like mine. P.S. I'll donate another $5 if you manage to say my last name right.
So everybody got turned into a boar, including the pig, which is really interesting.
That pig must be so confused right now.
And another $35 from Michael Chavez, who says, good luck to everyone this week. Love what you're doing. And $20 from Mark Tobes, who says, greetings from Germany. Love the Games Done Quick events. To see classic games that I've never played or saw before is amazing. Keep up the great runs. By the way, cool run, Guppadoo.
Probably didn't need those hearts, but it takes like a second to grab, so might as well. This is the only part of the game I'll use this weapon. Just those vets take 2 hits without. You can one-cycle him if you do. Your timing's really solid, but incredibly hard to do.
There's also another like task-only trick there, right? To move faster.
That boss is actually skippable, similar to the Cyclops. You get damage on the same frame. You get hit by one of his projectiles, and you can walk on the water. But it requires you to do that trick twice, so it's not something that a person can do. Here I just picked up a medicine for safety. I don't think I'm gonna need it, but we'll see. This is the refights. I got the overpowered weapon now, so it's not too bad.
As a reminder, if you donate $10 during this run, which is probably just about over now, you'll get it in the running to win a sealed copy of the game that's being run, Star Tropics 2.
Oops. I really don't want to lose more than 3 hearts here. If I lose my good weapon, that was a little silly and I got damaged there at all.
We have $20 from Benjamin Myers, who says, "My coworkers are watching soccer right now, but they don't know what they're missing. Love games done quick."
Hopefully we get the left spawn again.
Yeah, bottom left, please. Okay. He gives me these bad attacks. That skull attack that he does is really short, so he disappears quickly after that. The flame attack takes him much longer, so I'm able to just get more hits in. So now I have to fight this guy for real, but these rocks are being pretty good to me right now. Wait.
Oh, awesome. We didn't kick
Nice.
anywhere.
I have a $70 donation from Nicholas Law, who says, "Taco Melt here. Doctors Without Borders is one of my favorite charities, and you guys rock it like no other. I always enjoy AGDQ and SGDQ streams. Let's keep this stream going with a FF4 100% run."
This guy is actually, you can kill him before he fades away once, but it's dependent on where the bats spawn. If you hit a bat, then you can't uncycle him. Basically just what it is.
Nice.
So these spikes don't hurt you after the boss is dead.
Only in the refights, though.
I have a $10 donation from James Handley, who says, "Amazing day for my 25th birthday to fall upon. Alcohol and SGDQ, woo! Gotta be Neglaria for the bonus game." Just like to say that SGDQ advises, or Summer Games Done Quick advises all our viewers to drink and watch
There you go.
speedruns responsibly. Alright, final boss. He's got 3 phases. The first one, you just have to hit the different colored spider. Second one and the third one are pretty much the same. The third one has different attacks, but hopefully I can kill him fast enough where he can see any of those. That's good.
That was good.
If you get hit by this thing, you get turned into a boar, which wastes like 20 seconds or 15, 20 seconds.
$20 from Joshua Renner, who says, "Thank you once again for doing all that you do. $20 for naming the Pokemon rival Democracy because Helix demands it. This donation was to let you know that your stream was echoing, but then I found out that I had the Twitch stream and the website stream up. Go me."
Sweet, no
Nice.
damage.
Very nice.
Okay, get ready for time. It's gonna be when I talk to the village chief. There's actually a cutscene I'm gonna skip up ahead. You know, you just saved all the aliens, they're gonna come to tell you thank you, but,
We're gonna take him with us.
yeah. We don't have time for that, this is a speed run. So the way that works is you just simply just hold left or down, and you can just skip past that. Okay, time is in 3, 2, 1, now.
Time?
Oh, my PB was 103.12. So.
Oh, wow.
That was really solid aside from the.
Yeah, retime that.
Yeah.
We'll see.
See if we get a world record.
That was really solid aside from the ball puzzle. I didn't really have any major mistakes or anything.
No, it was an excellent run.
And that's only like 2 minutes off the task, but the task again is not optimized at all.
This is how you really play Tetris?
Yeah. So, saved everybody. Oh, seizure warning. No. So he was in the Tetris pieces all along. So good B Mike. Haha. So save the aliens and they just leave, and then you're stuck doing, I don't know, whatever. And that's the game.
And he doesn't get the girl.
No.
Right?
Great job.
It was
Radical run.
incredibly
Yeah,
radical.
radical.
Like,
All right.
You the record holder still?
yeah.
Then
That was Star
there's only
Tropics 2
Shuffy. No, Shuffy
by
does one.
Gabadoo.
He does start trying to
One. Yep, that's right. I always forget.
Coming up, we have Clash at Demonhead, played by Gildersneeze, Arkista's Ring by Feasel, and Rygar by Darkwing Duck. The Rygar donation bidding war is still up. It's to do a glitched run, a full run, or a glitched and a full run, since we happen to have enough time. And with that, we're going to play an ad, so see you in a few minutes. Remember to turn ad block off, because the ad funds will help us run future marathons.
Did you run the commercial?
Yeah, it's going.
I don't see a timer for it.
I guess it was going. Weird.
Okay, welcome back to Summer Games Done Quick 2014. We just saw Star Tropics 2, Zoda's Revenge, and we are now going to be enjoying Clash at Demonhead by Gildersneeze. Okay, while we're getting a few things set up here, I just wanted to remind you guys that this is Speed Demos Archive and Speed Runs Live, Summer Games Done Quick 2014, raising money for Doctors Without Borders. Did you know that for $50 donated to Doctors Without Borders, they can purchase enough vaccine to inoculate 175 children against a deadly outbreak of measles? It's a really great cause, really great marathon. Donate for, there are prizes that you can donate for. Really, best thing you can ever do.
Yeah, your microphone.
Yeah. Pretty far out? Okay, hang on. All right. There we go. Now it's good. Nice beard action.
All right, fantastic. Everybody loves the beard action.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, we were going to wait for that. All right, ready? All right. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so Clash at Demonhead. Starts off right away with a kill manipulation. Your drop cycle is fixed, and you want to get as many kills as possible before you get to a certain point in the game. Let's see. Thank you. Ducking under guy caught, first try. It's a Christmas miracle. That guy kills more runs than anything else.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, this game, all conversations are talking time.
It's very important that you have talking time.
Yep.
All right. So yeah, we're trying to get as many kills as possible because there are certain things that will kill a run. That's being short on cash and short on magic force, I guess. Guts in the Japanese version, which is a much better term. But, let's see here. Gosh, kind of lost my place on the commentary. Regardless, you're very kills tight until middle of the game. So I'll be doing my best to get them all. The Super Shop with Ron Jeremy, though.
Yeah.
And his daughter, Sally.
We'll meet her later.
Yes, we will meet Sally later. We'll be introduced. Super Shop is where you get all your items that you can use to beat the game. Basically, power boots here, double movement speed, and double jump height.
And half controllability.
And a 107.5, the Mikey. So yeah, we're first meeting Mikey. He's our ally for the adventure, but he doesn't take orders from us. You know.
Yeah.
Because why not? All right, so the manipulation I am doing with the boots right now is, let's see, we're short of kill. All right. Fine. Manipulation I'm doing with the boots right now, they only actively drain meter if you are actively holding right or left. There's a weird momentum mechanic where you accelerate to top speed for 16 frames and decelerate for 16 frames. It looks no different in speed, but basically after you let go of the D-pad, you keep moving for 16 frames. So if you can get a perfect 16 frame on, 16 frame off tap rhythm, you can double the length of the boots.
Nice shot.
Did I get the shot?
I heard it.
I heard a shot. Right, we'll gamble. We'll gamble.
Very nice. Yeah, this is the Tyrannosaurus on a bicycle or tricycle or whatever, and he flies and shoots fireballs.
Yeah, he's the hardest boss in the game. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure someone thinks he's fair, but they're wrong.
Hey, we got the jump. All right.
Yeah, and the intended fight against that boss is really incredibly
long and dull.
Yeah.
Supposed to like shoot him once, dodge the fireballs, shoot him again, dodge the fire. You got to hit him 15 times as well. So, all right. So buying 3 boots, 3 shop calls. That's boots are going to be a pretty big standard for most of the run. We'll get to jetpacks later, but.
Yeah,
boots are cheap, and you can double their length to about 40 seconds if you're, well, a Taz. If you're me, 34 to 37, somewhere in there.
Yeah. And the shop calls are important because if you run out of them, you have to go to a
dead-end route.
very out-of-the-way place on the map to get more.
And it's a dead-end route, so you can only leave.
Yeah, menu boss is very real in this game because if you don't get your shop calls, you are in
I'll talk about menu boss. All right. Menu boss, you may hear me, like, kind of gripe about him a little bit during the run. The menu it lags every other frame. Like every other frame in the item menu is a lag frame. So that means it has a 50% chance to drop any single input you want to do. So every successful menu input is frame perfect. So.
I mean, you press the input on some frame.
Yeah, exactly. It's perfect.
The frame, it was beautiful.
No, it's the running joke that the menu, you must be frame perfect to be good at this game. Which, what that means is, oh gosh, I had one current PB, or recent PB, where he ate 3.5 seconds right at the end of the game. I shouldn't have been talking while doing that. Thank you. Shout outs to muscle memory.
Yeah.
Those jumps are ridiculous.
Yeah, that section is not nearly as easy as Gilder just made it look.
Yeah, because you are still doing the right tap the whole time.
Yeah.
In order to conserve boots while doing the jumps. I'm kind of surprised I went for that without thinking about it.
Yeah, I wasn't going to ask. Just going to let it roll. Yeah.
Don't worry
This is what happens if you miss a jump.
Yeah, you fall into the underground area and get spit out back at the beginning of the route. So what's fortunate is it's a nice shortcut out of there. What sucks is on the way in, it's a big 2.5 minute time loss. So missing those jumps is reset, no problem. All right, so this letter, there's a reason I am getting this letter. It is a 10-second cutscene, but it'll give me $15,000 in the item menu.
What a good friend.
Yeah, I know. He's watching my girlfriend for me. The Taz shot. Yes. All right, interesting mechanic. If you fire on the exact frame you take damage, you fire 2 shots, 1 forward, 1 backward. And that's the only time in the game it's useful right there, is to kill 2 guys at once and look like you're cheating. Longboarding section. This is a good time for donations, by the way, if you got one to go.
Yeah, I have several donations here. We have a $10 donation from James Downing. I would like to get some confirmation on the tournament and grand prizes. Are the PS4 and Wii U for single donations or cumulative total across the run? They are cumulative total across the entire marathon. All right. He continues and asks also how many of the sprites in Star Tropics were originally from other games. The tetrads are obvious. But I also could have sworn I saw Jim the Knight from Hydelite on the world map, putting this towards the Metroid Fusion 1% race.
Why did you leave the shop without buying anything?
Why do I leave the shop without buying anything? Because jetpacks and force drink only show up in the 4th shop, and I need those now. That's the whole reason to get the letters. I can get a pair of jetpacks early. They're 8,000. Ceiling, catch that. So we want 1 shop call, 2 boots, 2 jetpacks, 3 drinks of the juice.
I just realized that guy shoved $15,000 into an envelope and then dropped it from a parachute onto a bridge.
The best part is the collision detection's really bad, so sometimes they'll just fall through the bridge.
You talk about throwing your money away. Oh! Hey, rude.
Wow.
Yeah, that guy was kind of rude indeed. Yeah, Choo Choo, the debt collector. He comes for us all. All right, so jetpack through here.
Jetpack is super fast, but you can't do the mashing trick on it at all.
You know how awful that would be to mash like diagonal upright?
I would hate life. I would
Welcome
quit
to
running this
Air
game
Dash.
immediately. Oh, Dollar, come here, I need you. All right, so Max, this is one of the reasons we get a jetpack early.
Squish. Boss complete.
All right, so while he's tiny, by the way, his hitbox is actually 1 him above his head.
Yeah.
So if you think you come in here with micro power and shoot him, you'll miss every shot.
Yeah.
That it does.
It's concerning.
Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see why we have the jetpack. 6, 7, 8, and 9. Right here. Hey, you. There we go. You don't want to know his attack pattern if you kill all 10 guys.
It's pretty awful.
It's
and
horrendous.
It's probably like a 2-minute fight.
Yeah, more. All right, first use a teleport. We can go to any route we've been to, so there will be some times where I'm going to routes and leaving them immediately. I'm setting up for later teleports like that. Let's see. Is this guy going to be here? Nope.
What are the apple drops?
The apple drops are force. That's like 10 force points for, well, down there in the bottom for using hermit power. The run now finally collects 1 more apple than it needs. Formerly, it collected only enough force to beat the game, which meant if you miss an apple, you were hitting the reset button.
You kill an enemy and the apple falls through the floor.
Or it doesn't show up at all.
Or an enemy kills themselves on the side of the screen because he spawns the apple immediately.
Oh, you want this, huh?
Yeah, to explain, your kill count is tied into your drops. It's your kill count mod 16. Put on a chart. There's 4 possible dollar drops, 1 apple, 1 heart. And occasionally enemies will spawn and die immediately on the edge of the screen. And what'll happen there, if it's on the right or left edge of the screen, the drop will just get skipped. Your kill count still increases, so what that means is the drop just vanished entirely. All right. Round of boots.
I didn't even notice boots ran out. I thought there was just a ton of slowdown. I need to stop playing games.
Ooh. Yeah, reasonable 33. Can't complain too much.
How your shots move when you jump?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, hang on a sec. Let me handle the teleport first, because... Okay, good. Yeah, your shots are tied to you. So if the screen scrolls, your shot will scroll with you, like up or down, if it's a vertical scroll. Horizontal doesn't matter, and they'll stay off of your plane, but like, You can kind of curve shots. It's like that really terrible movie.
Oh yeah, the one we don't have to talk about.
Exactly, ever. Hey, one of the guys didn't show up there. I was expecting a second kill. Interesting. All right, we're a little bit low on cash, but we got places to make that up, no problem. Most dangerous shop in the game. You never really want to be tapping in the shop menu. You always want to kind of sweep the indicator, but there you have to.
Yeah, and unlike the item menu, the shop just doesn't lag. So clearly they could program those menus.
Oh, you would be mistaken, sir. It actually doesn't have lag frames, but what it can do, to the consternation of me and finding this out sometime in the middle of a run, actually, what it can do is actually, when your indicator moves, it will move, but it hasn't actually moved. You're still on the previous item for 2 or 3 frames. So
Perfect.
you have a wonderful chance of buying the wrong thing. Oops, no,
Are you
not
gonna hit the
jetpack.
middle one?
Am I gonna hit the middle one? Nope, first one.
Damn.
Yeah, the middle one would have been a sweet snipe, but what you gonna do? So we're headed up to Shark. He's one of the more dangerous bosses in the game. I need you dead. Thank you. Okay. This is one of the 2 elements of RNG in the game. He can teleport at random. He can teleport on top of me. If he does that, we're dead. So cross your fingers, everybody. He doesn't do it often. Also, you do not... Wow, he's close. He's trying. This guy has a weird shot rhythm. If you mash extremely fast, he is 5 to 6 cycles. If you fire at the right pace, he's 2 to 3. I was kind of on the medium pace there, so no problem. A decent 4 cycle.
Swimming hitbox.
Yeah, the reason I did not move from the middle there, your hitbox when you're swimming, anytime you're in the prone swimming position, your hitbox is 1 U below you. So, yeah, exactly. Well played. But there's that big metal structure in the middle there, so what that means is I can basically use that to avoid damage. Hula girls! So here's Mush. His hitbox is weird, or what you shoot at is weird. You'd think it'd just be him. Yeah, poor Joe. Now it's his head. Don't ask me why he's got 2 heads and a mohawk. Reasonable fight. Can't complain.
Yeah, goes the hat and then he just pulls up.
Yeah, exactly.
Why not?
Who needs a hat? This guy, to survive.
That's why he throws it at you as his main.
Shut up!
I'm gonna rip my heart out and throw it at you. Please don't smash it, and then please give it back afterwards.
Right there are 3 guys that kill themselves on the edge of the screen, and that used to destroy runs. As I get down towards the end, and suddenly I'd have not enough force. I'm like, why? Now there you saw a menu boss attack.
Yeah,
it
that
took
was
me
nice.
3 or 4 presses to get the suit on there.
I enjoyed that.
So, yes.
And yeah, that's all we're gonna use the super suit for.
Yep, super suit was good. $9,900 spent. Like, well, very well.
That lava instant death?
Yep. Actually, surprisingly, if you have the perfect timing, you know how I can do the water re-jump?
Yes.
You can do that with lava if you're not wearing a super suit.
But you can't go get the gem.
Nope.
Water doesn't actually damage you, so
Just the SpaghettiOs.
Uh-oh.
Well played.
Yeah, Shark
Let
Guy
him
is
go.
dangerous. Exactly. Those guys are very unpredictable. It doesn't matter what distance they are at you, they'll just decide when they want to charge you. Pick up a couple insurance skills here. All right.
So another feature we should talk about of this game is how the music resets to the beginning anytime you go through a screen transition.
It learned from Deadly Towers.
It sure as hell
You know what's good design is Deadly Towers. Let's borrow
Let's go for it. Hold on, it's a music reset.
Yeah. Having the music play continuously is difficult.
Also, when you come out of menu boss, it resets.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first 6 seconds of this track are pretty ingrained in all of our heads.
There's a reason I play chiptunes on my channel when I'm doing runs. It's like nobody needs to hear this over and over and over again. Ooh,
he killed himself
danger.
and gave you money.
Yeah, he did, but the apple went down.
Yeah, that
so
was
that was dangerous. I may need to pick up a couple extra kills. That's fine though. We can handle that. It's too easy. Yeah, hook by greed at the door of deceit. It's the rebirth of the demons. It's the best line in the game. When it comes to some of the, when you compare it against some of the poor translation.
I was gonna say the Hermit's line isn't.
Oh, the Hermit's pretty good.
So
There's some real winners. This is an intentional death. You have to do that.
It's scripted into the game that you have to game over there and continue.
Yeah, and it still gives you the full 50 force penalty for dying.
Nice.
Which is why, that's the whole reason that this game must be done deathless if you want a good time. Oh, hey, you. We need those extra kills, remember? Okay, good man. All right, but yes, the game must be done deathless. If you lose 50 force at any time in the run, you hit the reset button, you're done. You're going to be grinding, you have to grind 5 cycles through a 16 cycle death kill, or kill cycle, so we're talking a stupid amount of time wasted.
Yeah.
And there's only a couple of routes in the game where like grinding is even reasonable. This would be one of them.
And a lot of them will destroy your ears by screen transitioning over and over again.
Yes, they will. Nope. That was dumb.
Speaking of screen transitions.
Was that Cool Spot?
Maybe. Cool Spot's pretty cool. He hangs out there.
He's slightly angrier.
Show me an apple. I need one.
Yeah, the aqua suit or whatever it's called effectively mimics the boots when you're in water.
Yeah.
Except it doesn't drain unless you're actually underwater, so.
Which is
used
convenient.
as a convenient and cheap replacement for boots in that situation.
Mm-hmm. Now, I've got to remember, I'm not fighting Rowdy again. I did that in practice earlier. Ran up, have to go talk to Hermit, who still can't move. Yeah, crouch, get ready for the fight. Wait, what am I doing?
Where is he?
Rowdy, you're late.
Rowdy is late to the fight.
All right, so now we got to go get the Sword of Apollo. You know, sure, why not?
So you're jumping all over that filter. How would you figure out how to do this game for the speedrunner?
Magic.
The instruction booklet.
This game is, to be fair, like slightly more descriptive than a lot of NES games in telling you where you have to go and what to do, but not much.
Okay, we are real short. We should be able to fix that then. Go ahead and grab those real quick. Hey. There it is.
Don't wrong warp. Dangerous to farm here.
Yeah. So there is a wrong warp that we don't understand in this game. Every now and again, it just decides that I've had enough and I'm spitting you out at the far end of a route.
Yep, a route.
Yeah. Okay,
So none of these turrets can give drops, that's why he doesn't bother to fight them.
And you can
They
just
still count on the kill count?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
They're useless. Alright, Bopper. Now we're gonna have to do something a little bit unorthodox here. Alright, that's a good fight.
Yeah, that was really good.
Alright, jump up. I want to make sure that he's gone. You can't teleport until he is. Okay, so I need to pick up another apple. We're a bit far back in the kill cycle. That's okay.
Donation time?
Yes, donation time, please. I've got to grind for just a sec.
All right. Well, I've got a number of new donations here. Curtis Tamblin says NES block is radical block.
Come on now.
Kyle Stoddard donated $20 and says, "Great job, guys. Enjoying the stream. Awesome charity pick."
That apple was detrimental.
Martin Demont donated $40. Says, "Thanks for all the good work." And then we got a $50 donation from Nathan Keithline. "Hey everyone, thank you so much for putting on another awesome marathon and raising money for a great cause. I loved going to AGDQ and wish I could have attended this year's SGDQ, but there's always next year."
Hallelujah. It skipped one. It absolutely skipped one on me.
Hey, no.
Yep, cutscene skip.
Choo-choo.
Choo-choo. This is what I get for taking a train here instead of a plane. I rode the deck. Door! Door boss is very strong as well.
The door knew there was danger inside. No, please, don't come in here.
All right, the demon fight. This is why you need the Sword of Apollo. You are a one-shot kill if you don't equip it. This guy hits like an absolute freight train. Any contact with his eye is a 3-hit, or a 3 health cube thing. I'm pointing at that like you can see the TV where I'm pointing.
Don't worry about it.
Shut up.
They'll figure it out.
Indeed.
The sword's also very marvelous because...
what is this room?
It's a horrible, horrible place, and we're not hanging around. There's terrible things down there. Eggs. Demon eggs.
Apples, maybe?
No. No apples. You don't want those apples. Somebody says, how do you like those apples? You punch them in the face and leave.
Sword demonstrates the curving effect of beating.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
The sword is also kind of a jerk because you can normally have 3 bullets on screen, but for the sword they were like, hey, let's have it take. Is it 2? I thought it was 3 because I thought the sword took up. Well, either way, the sword takes up all of the sprites that are allowed to be shot. So.
And its hitbox is 3 little white squares above the blade of the sword. So if you look like you're shooting the sword directly at what you're doing, you're missing.
You should just recalibrate your TV. Just like shift everything down a bit. You'll be fine.
All right, Bopper 2. Bopper 2 easy. It's about to get bopped.
He never bothered to adjust his sunglasses since the last fight.
Look, he's a busy man. He's trying to keep the medallions from me. He's getting one cycled like a chump. Look at that.
Hey, it's Professor Plum. Just go give him a hug.
What? Come out of here and get shot. No. Sometimes your bullets just don't pass through that gate, I guess. Oh, come near me. Yeah, seems legit, dude. No thanks. Sorry, I've seen every movie ever. What?
Is the bottom tile of that cage supposed to be missing?
Shut up.
This is the boss. I'm the boss. He conveniently tells you he's the boss, too.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have to kill Samurai Bruce Springsteen. Hey. Decent fight. He's not done exploding. Hold on.
Yep.
It is. He's had it. He's a samurai wearing lipstick. Bruce, what's happened to you?
He took Bopper's Band-Aid, too.
Yeah,
I know.
I'm not sure. All right.
So, are you an alien? No. I got a giant red eye. I'm 7 feet tall and I'm flying. I'm wearing a spacesuit. I'm human, just like you.
Yep. Doesn't really bother to acknowledge the question.
No.
Okay, here's the other element of RNG in the game. This will determine whether this is a successful run or a failure. Completely random. We did it!
Wow, nice.
Beautiful. That is randomized every time you start the game. Like, it's randomized the second you enter that screen. You have 5 tries to get that right.
Not time yet, right?
No, not time yet. It's time when I go through the door. So, get ready. Time.
22:07.
Not bad. Not bad.
Great time.
I'll take that. All right. Some of the finest dialogue in the game comes at the ending here, so we'll take a look at this. So, this year's special indeed. Wouldn't you like to become my apprentice? Clash of Demonhead, based on a true story. Rated R. Say, well, I guess you don't want to be, a magic hermit type guy,
Yeah.
so go make your video game, you little puke. So then we're Goku, even though we're not Goku. We look like him the whole game, though.
You could have been if you didn't make a video game based on your adventures.
I know. Could have trained with a hermit, gotten strong.
It's Master Roshi.
The professor, well, things happened and he exploded. Oh, did he?
Yeah, he's fine.
Which professor was a fake Fang? And I thought it was a bust. You were the one that just told me it was good.
That walk cycle?
Wine stuff. Yeah, that walk cycle is something special. Mary just kind of roller skates on one skate over to you.
Yep.
After noticing that Fang's been saying there for like 5 minutes.
You know.
Yeah.
I love this dad line right here.
Yeah.
It seems you've had good experience this time, son. Puff on my pipe a while. This Earth is not only for humans. The most important thing, we must use science correctly. I've got to go now. Farewell. And that's Clash of Demonhead. Your reward is that same music you heard on stage 1 a million billion times if you speedrun the game. But yeah, hope everybody enjoyed. Thanks so much. Good stuff. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Well done.
Thank you.
You just watched Clash at Demonhead. It was run by Gildersneeze. Next up, we have Arkista's Ring by Feasel.
He was on point. I don't want to drop this thing on the floor while
While we've got a moment, I just want to remind everybody that this is Summer Games Done Quick 2014, raising money for Doctors Without Borders. We also have a Humble Bundle going on right now. You'll want to go check that out. All donations from the Humble Bundle will also go towards Doctors Without Borders. All right? We urge you guys to keep watching, and please make sure to turn off ad block as much as possible. All ad funds goes towards running these marathons, and if you'd rather, subscribe. All the funds go towards Doctors Without Borders with every subscription. All right, we're just going to run a commercial really quick, and we'll be right back.
Yeah, there's not much you can do about that. Once the apple falls through the floor, there you go. Well. I couldn't believe it ate the other apple though. When I was grinding. It was like, yeah. It's like that drop cycle is fixed. What happened to it?
It must have been like the very first one, because you did like 16 more to get to the second apple.
No, the first one was hard. Yeah, there were 2.
But like really early on for the when it must have eaten the other one.
I got 1 apple underwater, or somewhere near underwater.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Back to Summer Games Done Quick 2014. I would like to just remind you guys that
1, 2, 3, I think.
the next game right after Arkista's Ring will be Rygar. Do not forget we have a donation war going on for Rygar. Let me just give me a second here. You could have either a full run, a glitched run, or I got to pull it up here.
Okay.
Yeah, his should be the one with the.
Let's see. Full run, glitched run, or both the glitched and full run.
Yes.
Currently, both glitched and full is in the lead with $230. Full run is right behind it at $170, and the glitched run is at $125. So get your donations in now if you want to see any of the other runs besides both of them. I do apologize in advance if we do not read all your donations out loud. We have many donations that we are processing, and only a limited amount of time in which we can get donations read.
Loud, regular loud. Okay, I guess we are doing all 4.
I got the weird one.
Okay, while we're getting the last item set up, I'll just read a couple of donations really quick. David Morgan donates $107.50, and he says, shout-outs to Gilder for that 107.5 the Mikey.
107.5 the Mikey.
Brian Sims donated $20.33, saying, Gildersneeze, we must use science correctly. Here's
we
to
must.
Sally's college fund and beating your PB.
Soon enough, soon enough. Don't science while drunk. That is a dangerous time to use science. That is not using it correctly.
Huh?
Okay, I'm going to see if I can squeeze in one last donation here before we get started. We have a $200 donation from Anthony Paul Raymond, also known as Impending Disaster. Hey Gilder, hey Couch, I'm glad to see video games being used correctly. Break a leg. Hashtag Hula Girls.
Hula Girls?
Donation goes to Runner's Choice.
Thanks, Disaster. Alley card. For 7.
So let me know when to go here.
Something like that, yes.
You can just look at the character sheet for a while.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Everyone follow Christine on Facebook?
Yeah.
We need to make sure...
Add Christine Elf, what? Yes. Say no? Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Just as intended.
Yeah. I know. It's like Feasel, you've got 4 arms now. I don't know if there's any like really good place to move anyhow.
Well, we can start any time here. Ready? With the timer?
I'll be the disembodied voice.
All right, and 3, 2, 1, go. It's Arkista's Ring, one of the lesser-known NES
I guess you'd call it an action RPG. I don't even know. A lot of fun though.
Very random.
Yeah, it's very random. That's one of the problems with it.
Yeah, we'll be talking a lot about the RNG in this game. Early on, he'll be getting RNG for what items that he's going to collect. So he'll be getting pickups like the health that he's got, as well as an attack item. Those are totally random, as well as the number of item boxes he has, the number of
armor
pieces he has, how long his bow shoots, how much damage his bow does.
Extra lives.
Extra lives. Yeah. And then we'll get to the very end where we have random staircases where you exit the level.
Yeah, this is RNG the game. If you are a speedrunner who doesn't like RNG, you stay far, far away.
Now, luckily, there are some things that are fixed in the game. In order to exit level, you need a key. It'll appear after a certain number of enemies. The enemy that drops the key is always the same, as well as the enemy that drops bags are always the same. You don't know what's in the bags, but it'll always be the same enemy that drops it.
Yeah, it's basically you kill enough kills until you spawn the key master. Then you kill him, the key will appear.
Yep.
Go to the door, exit the level.
So for routing this game, you're really trying to find the right enemies to kill in order to spawn those enemies that have item drops on the path that you're walking, as well as the enemy that has the key.
Okay. That was fine. Murph is signaling me to move to get on camera, but Feas's chair is in the way. I'm not going to run in front of him during this game. That's ridiculous.
This level, although it has multiple staircase exits, always picks the same one every single time.
Yeah, that was an interesting thing to find out.
So that's another part of the random staircases. Some of the random staircases are actually fake random staircases. They'll never be used. For the ones that are really random, it's always 1 in 8 between the ones that are real.
All right, we should explain what the different items do. I'll be using items to kill enemies that are not near me to avoid backtracking, like what I did in that level there.
So the Holy Rod that he just used is a full screen attack that only affects undead enemies, so things that look like skeletons, zombies, those type of things are going to be killed by that, and nothing else is damaged by it. The Thunder Rod that he used earlier, it looks like the Fire Rod that he's got in his inventory, but a little bit pointier. That's also a full screen attack, but it does a slight amount of damage. It's like one bow shot to everything that's on the level. And the Fire Rod gives him a really high power piercing shot. It's as strong as his strongest bow upgrade, and it also goes through walls. So he'll be using that for pretty much all of the
all of the mini bosses.
Attacks.
Interestingly enough, the Holy Rod is the only thing that'll kill some of the some certain enemies. Like the skeletons, if you shoot them with a bow, they'll just crumble, but they'll get right back up. If you use the Holy Rod, they'll die permanently and generally drop an item.
You will notice that if Feasel steps back and then charges the enemy, because he actually fires faster while he's moving towards them.
Yeah, you can only fire 1 arrow at a time when you're standing still. You can usually get 2 out.
Yeah, that's actually to do with the animation cycle, so you can't fire while you're in certain animation frames. And turning around is a little bit weird because you turn your direction of shooting first, and then your character flips around their actual position. So that's why he can get so many shots in. It doesn't play the walking animation while he's in the middle of turning around.
Yeah. And one thing to note, when we say the Holy Rod is a full screen wipe, it's actually a full stage wipe. You'll see him use it here.
If he had one,
that's true.
But I would have to waste a lot of time going all the way down to the bottom.
Yeah, so this is another aspect of the RNG. You have to have certain items on certain screens in order to do them optimally.
Yep. It is absolutely brutal about that.
Hopefully that was the right skeleton.
It was.
There we go.
But yeah, what you can do on that stage if you have a Holy Rod is you stop just at the top, kill that bat, fire the Holy Rod, and it wipes everything else down below, and the key spawns. It saves a ridiculous amount of time. But like we said, RNG means you've got to have the items. There's not much else you can do about it. Hey, you got a new item slot.
That's helpful.
Yeah.
Finally.
2 of them.
Got 2.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
Yeah, he'll max out at 7 item slots, and that's really what you want to do as early as possible because items are kind of like the lifeblood of the game. They do so much more damage than your regular shots. And getting them early means that you have a really big inventory selection.
That's an important mechanic right there. When you take lethal damage, you have a couple of frames to, if you have a potion in your inventory, use it. And you can basically just keep going.
It's about a third of a second. You can also die through staircases in this game.
Yeah, that
So
happens.
if you're in that death animation and you get through the staircase in time, you'll die on the next level instead of on the level that you were previously on.
Which is convenient.
And you won't have any chance to heal because it doesn't let you input anything. Which is kind of a pain. So let's hope that doesn't happen.
If it does, it's the fastest death warp in the game because you respawn right where you're standing.
Yeah, deaths in this game are not so bad because the enemies that you've killed stay killed. Even the ones that you've damaged will stay damaged, and all you do is just reset your position. So it's actually helpful sometimes to die.
This is a stage where Fire Rod helps out immensely.
Yeah, there's a couple different item uses to speedrun a lot of these levels, so sometimes it's just a matter of seeing what do I have, what do I want to use. You kind of adapt based on what you got in your inventory.
Yeah, for that one, for example, he could have used the Fire Rod, or he could have used the Thunder Rod after he killed the Fire Beetles up top. And really, he wants to keep the Fire Rod because this level definitely demands one.
You really want
it does, yeah. The Manticore that'll spawn in the middle in just a second here is he's easiest to kill if you're just shoot him through the wall right there.
Fire rods are pretty much universally useful.
Yeah, Fire Rod is useful for most things, so I try to use that last, but when you've got a ton of them, why not? The whole
forever.
level.
Even if you die and continue, it'll still have Fire Rod.
Yeah. Just till the end of the level. Alright, that's the first mini-boss. The hardcore Manticore.
He's a tough guy.
I got a lot of item boxes, that's really good.
Yeah, that is insanely helpful.
He was being really stingy with them earlier.
Yeah, I don't know if I got all the weapon upgrades, or all the ones I'm supposed to have at this point. We'll see.
Yeah, the weapon upgrades for damage are pretty substantial. So the first upgrade that you get is almost double your original damage.
Yeah, they're
and
really
by the
strong.
end of the game, if you don't have upgrades, you're doing like 40 or 50 shots on some of the enemies just on this first loop of the game. And we should talk a little bit about the loops.
Oh, yeah. So the game does have 4 loops to fully complete the game. Every loop, the enemies get a little bit stronger and a little bit faster.
Yeah, a little bit faster, but by the end, they're like turbo speed. It's
Yeah.
really tough to play the later loops.
When Feasel and I first started messing around with this game at Sgdq earlier in the year, he had me sit down and play through all 4 loops, and by the 4th loop, there was just no hope. You were reduced to like a simpering pile of what once was a speedrunner, crying over the fact that the enemies are just on top of you nonstop, doing ridiculous amounts of damage. Don't run 4 loops. Just do 1 loop like a sane human being, for goodness sake.
The other thing about the future loops is the enemies start shooting through walls, so that's even more fun.
I forgot about that entirely.
This stage is incredibly slow without a Fire Rod.
Right, yeah. You have to use a Fire Rod or a Thunder plus a Holy, but something to kill those things through walls.
All the Holy Rods.
I know, really.
Hey,
Would this be a good time to read a few donations?
Sure. There's not really serious time during this run, but anytime.
Okay.
Till we get to ninjas.
All right,
Yeah, I guess
I've got
the
a $50 donation from Justin Knapfel. Clash was one of my favorite games as a kid, and Gilder always puts on a great, relaxed stream. Donation to Runner's Choice. Got a $40 donation from, and forgive me if I say your name incorrectly, Arnaud Paquet Chiasson. His comment reads, "Good job, everyone. This reminds me when I was younger. My friends are all hardcore gamers, and they never understood how I could enjoy watching people play. When I see hundreds of thousands of people watching SGDQ, I guess I'm not alone. Kill the animals. Cheers."
So this is the first real random staircase level. In this case, all the staircases come in pairs, so at least you have a 1 in 4 shot of getting instead of 1 in 8 like the other 2 levels.
All right, now he's going to use, provided it's incorrect, there are hidden blocks that you can run into from a certain direction and basically break through the walls.
A lot of those tend to open up only if you have the key as well.
Yeah, so those are the first 4 staircases that you try because they're close together. At this point, I'd be reaching for the reset button, but that's decent, I guess.
Yeah, now those were nicely grouped. The random staircase levels get much, much, much worse.
So the items have been very helpful up to this point, but they start becoming less and less useful. This is the last level where the undead sticks are ever going to be used. And in the future, if you went to the further loops, the Thunder Rod just doesn't do enough damage to really affect the enemies
that's something I should have mentioned, was by the end of the 4th loop, you might as well not have items. Fire Rod or bust.
Ninja Stunner.
Yeah, you did get a Ninja Sleep.
Ninja Sleep.
right, so he's going to try this first staircase here.
Just in case. That's the one that you don't need the key to get to. All right.
So although I said that there is a 1 in 8 chance of the staircases, this level has 9. It's the one in the bottom right that will never be the correct staircase. So he'll try all the other ones, and then he'll know which one it is if he gets to 7 after that. He doesn't have to guess between the remaining 2. Hopefully he doesn't get to 7 staircases, though.
We'll see. Probably will.
Got a $35 donation from Matt Blackie. Says, I'm happy to see Clash at Demonhead become a reality at Sgdq. Congratulations to Gildersneeze, and keep on using science correctly. Also save the animals.
What? I'll show you.
Hey, that's what he wrote.
Nah, he's awesome.
Got a $50 donation from Matt Twitty, saying, having fun watching this when I should be studying for my exam.
Good man.
Good man.
Ninjas are brutal, by the way, just putting that out there.
So all the early enemies do 1 heart of damage. The ninjas are going to do 2, as well as those big green ogres. Luckily, Feasel does have the attack upgrades because he's killing those
in one shot quickly. So that's very fortunate. That's a big problem in speedrunners when you don't get the attack upgrades by this point.
And you're collecting a decent amount of the ninja stunners.
Yeah, that's what I want to start accumulating.
Yeah.
Ninja stunners and potions. It's not really helping me with potions here, but stunners are okay.
He did use that holy rod for, it seemed like no reason, but it's just, you got to clear your inventory occasionally.
Yeah.
If you're just sitting on a full inventory and just grabbing, pickups, you're not doing anything for yourself at that point. And especially if it's useless, like a holy rod after this point in the game. So.
And the way the game spawns items is if you already have a full inventory and the item is dropped, you can't use an item from your inventory at that point. It'll count as if you still have full inventory, so it's determined when the bag actually drops for what the contents are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, nothing to do. Sometimes you don't get the potion drops.
Yeah.
You really need potions in these later levels. I'll start burning through some of these ninja stunners, I guess, but...
A lot of the enemies in the game do have some AI loops, so if you notice that the ninjas were bouncing back and forth while he was shooting them, it's because if you can get them a half tile off, they'll never do any damage and you can just kill them.
Yeah, they just kind of freak out a little bit. Oh my gosh, I gotta jump over these buildings. I'm supposed to stop this elf girl, but man.
And he is hitting the ninja, that even though the ninja's in the wall.
Just gonna play it safe and hit him through the wall.
We have a $300 donation from Jordan Lask. Says, this last donation brings me up to $1,000 total.
Nice.
Here's to all the amazing people I've met and the continued support of this great cause. Oh, and put this towards Fifi running Mario Kart 64. Okay. We have a $10 donation from Tim Dreher. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last name there. He says, Feasel Hype. Huge thanks for TSSB and all the contributions towards the speedrun community. Also, a big shout out to the people on the Wacky Wobblers Twitch chat. Please put my money towards the Dishonored DLC. We have $20 from Melanie Hammett. Says, I'm so glad you got to go to Sgdq, Feasel. Good luck and have fun.
Awesome. Feasel got one of the 2 rare items in the game. He got the pendant, which all it does is make your score increase as you walk.
Yeah. It'd be nice if it kept me alive, refilled my health or something, because that's what I'm really lacking at this point. I haven't seen a potion in a while now.
So we're going for the high score run now. I think you can fill up that entire display.
I know, I haven't had a potion in like the latter half of this game.
Well, you've got ninja sleeps all day long, though.
There's only so many of those things.
I think with this combination, you might as well just go for the sleeps and try the 6 staircases before fighting the ninjas.
Okay, hopefully that'll work. I just don't want to get locked here.
All right, the worst level in the game.
We'll see. I'll see if it's here, but otherwise, I think I will kill these ninjas, though.
So there are 800 staircases on here and 8 potential actual real ones. Completely randomized as to which one it's going to be.
First,
So
we
I'm
know
gonna
which
have to
one
take some
of the
deaths
8
in this
are
level.
We know,
potential
yeah,
ones,
but-
but we don't know which of the 8. And
So,
2 of
yeah.
the 8 are behind a locked door. So you have to kill a dozen ninjas
Hey,
to
there's
get
a
the key.
potion. Finally.
The other real treat of it is every time you step on one of the fake staircases, you spawn one of the higher power brown ninjas, which absolutely wreck your day.
That's cool. Finally, I got potions. Now that I
Yeah.
don't need them anymore, the game gives me a ton.
So you definitely want a lot of ninja stunners here. Yeah, there he is. Like pretty much anytime you check a staircase and it's the wrong one, there should be a brown ninja showing up to be absolutely rude.
There it is. Cool.
All
That's
right.
decent. I guess we could have done the other strat.
Much. Yes.
All right.
And now we just have the final boss, which is mostly taking damage.
Yeah. As long as you have the right items, it's just take a bunch of damage and.
There it is.
And there's Arkista's ring that I just picked up.
Nice.
So yeah, a lot of deaths in the later half, but that really is just because of lack of potions. I expect to use maybe 3 or 4 in
And
the
time
last
is when
couple
he gets
levels.
the key here.
Time.
Time.
Okay. I mean, not great staircase luck. That's about what I expect.
Proper.
And of
Having to
course, a
farm for those
crumbling
potions is
castle.
also really killer compared to being able to go directly to the staircases.
Take a bunch of deaths.
Yeah, having to fight those ninjas. Often you take a gamble and just run for the staircases and hope it's not one of the ones behind a locked door. But in the marathon run, you can really get trapped there. You end up using up all your items to do that, and it turns out to be one of the ones that you have to kill all the enemies for. You don't, I mean, you're pretty much stuck there, so that's why I had to take level 30 kind of slow and safe. Also, I apologize to headphone users now. Cool, so we got Rygar up next, I guess?
We do have Rygar up next, and that means I need to bail from the couch.
All right.
I'll be back
Look at
one
this
run
cool guy
after this
coming
for
in here.
8 eyes, by the way.
Where's the sunglasses inside?
Okay, that was Arkista's Ring by Feasel. As you heard, up next is Rygar by Darkwing Duck. Now remember, we had 3 different options for this. We have a full run, we have a glitched run, and then we added a third option, letting us be able to watch both the full run and the glitched run. And I just refreshed the page, and it looks like we currently have $250 for both glitched and full, $170 for the full, and $125 for the glitched run.
We're closing that off, so it sounds like we'll be both runs.
Okay, I was just informed that we're closing that off, so it looks like it will be both the glitched and the full runs. Okay, while we get things set up for Rygar, I'll just run a quick commercial break. Not yet, they muted you.
Ready to go? Almost. Yeah, if I'm hearable. But this is. Oh, okay.
Okay. Don't plug anything.
Don't Don't plug.
Don't help
plug
those
in.
ad block users
Yeah,
out.
yeah. Don't. Yeah.
Hey, dude, I'm gonna try to pin this a little bit down on your face. So.
Do what you need. Okay, the prize donation is which camera are we using? That one? This is the donation prize. It's a fused stained glass Rygar piece. You can see how I'm wearing it.
It doesn't have the trademark logo on it.
Yeah, it doesn't have the TM on it, unfortunately, but where would they see it? I guess that way? Over there, No, it's this way. There it is. Yeah, this. Yeah. Okay, that way. All right. So since we're going to do both runs, it looks like. So let's get started with the full run, and then we'll show you why the glitched run happens that way. Feasel and I did this a couple years ago. Raced it, and it's the full game is pretty much the same thing at this point. We're actually we may be picking up a really weird skip later on that Feasel is very much the pioneer of. Oh, I screwed up here. This is going to be bad. This game is actually more like an RPG than you think. It has what's called tone points and last points. Tone is your attack power, and last is your defense power. Tone in this, your attack power in this game is tone divided by 8 rounded down, and you start with 30 tone, so you start off with 3 attack power. What we have to do for the first boss is get up to 48 tone, which is 6 attack power, and that makes the boss take 75 hits to kill, rather than if you say you're at 5 attack power, you'll be getting 90 hits on him.
Right, it's pretty much a trade-off between how much grinding you want to do to get experience versus how many hits you want to do on that boss, and the optimal number seems to be around at 48.
And the bad point about this game is that some of these enemies that I'm killing have various amounts of tone that they give you. The runner guys I killed there can sometimes give 0 or 1. The fortunate part, I got a little unlucky there. Yeah, I got a little bit unlucky there. Got both of those killed. Same with those armadillo things. They can give 0 or 1, and I missed the one that gives 1, so I'm behind 1 tone point at this point.
Yeah, you just have to recognize it by where the thing spawns. You just know that if it spawns there, it's not worth anything. So he's got to make up 1 point someplace, but he might get an armadillo or something.
Yeah, I need one here. So I missed this one. Oh, I got that one.
There's that one.
Okay, yeah, that's 36. But yeah, I am I'm still just one down. Short. I'll do the tried and true Feasel strat and get the tree coming up on the entrance to Rolsa. Territorial Oak, yeah. It doesn't explode though. Yeah, that would be bad. Now this area is actually a little bit dangerous since you can't actually tell. The water, Rygar is undead for some reason and can't swim. And you can't really see the, I was really conservative there. You really can't see the edge where Rygar falls and dies. Oh, I was going to kill it, wasn't I? Yeah, that's the backup tree. Oh, I'm so unused to the backup strats.
In that green area around the cave entrance there is an out-of-bounds area that you can get into. I believe the Taz does use that as a skip.
It's easier to get into it than to get out of it.
Yeah. And if anybody has been in my stream, you know I'm walking on those moonstones right there. I don't know to the viewers, but you know those stones I'm walking on do look like stone butts. Yeah, I've heard that quite a lot.
Apologies to anybody who's feeling sleepy after doing the music here.
The music is very variable in this game. Some of it's really good, some of it you'll see. See, this isn't bad music, this is kind of the average. Aruga's Forest here is pretty good music. It's actually a very long song that you don't get to hear a lot of. Okay, there can be a dragon spawning there. I call it a 0.5 dragon. It takes 0.5 seconds to kill and takes that much time away.
Do we have a moment that I can read a few donations?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. I've got $20 from Lydia Miller, who says, I've been watching Sgdq at work all day and so far haven't been caught. Keep up the good work, guys. Well, don't lose your job over this, but keep watching. We got a $40 donation from Jeremy Parkin. Good luck to all the runners helping out with this great cause. Dacid Bro, Rom Scout, best of luck to you guys since it looks like Alucard is going to win.
All right, I just despawned 2 enemies there, which is important because that section is actually pretty difficult to get through.
So he's going to get the rest of the experience points that he needs to fight the boss. now serious time coming up.
Yeah. A little bit. It's kind of difficult. Doing 5 on this side. Trying to, anyway.
Music is supposed to be the boss.
Yeah. I'm getting this. That was okay.
That was pretty good.
Safe, yeah, it was safe.
Yeah.
I didn't do any. Getting hit there, he does 3 damage to you, and I've got, actually 4 health.
Yeah, it's really easy to fall in trying to hook onto those things. It's one of the major complaints that people have with this game. It's connecting onto those things and not dying. There's different different sequence items. The first thing he got was the grappling hook, which lets him grapple off the top of the screen and get through that level. Then he just picked up the pulley, which lets him go across those zip lines there. So that opens up new areas, like a standard adventure game.
Do I be risky here?
Yeah, no.
Okay. You can do that much faster there than I.
Yeah,
Well,
like
much in the speedrun sense. All right, this is Feasel's favorite part right here.
It's the corridor of RNG.
Oh, that's new. Okay. I was not expecting this.
It's a pattern he doesn't recognize.
Yeah, it's a pattern I'm not used to. Yeah, this is going to be a problem. Okay, if I don't get hit again, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm improvising now. Okay, I'll be fine. I'm gonna have to take a safety death, though. Yeah. Well, it's a health refill, essentially.
Well, Rygar is undead, so...
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. There's really not much of a penalty for dying in this game other than restarting the area you're in.
You do lose your mind points. That's the big
Now
thing.
the game over tone is kind of
Yeah.
in this game, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes a good text message sound.
Yeah. Have you done that yet?
What?
Change
No,
your-
I haven't. No, I should.
This is probably the best music in the game.
You won't hear it all the way through though yet, but
Yeah.
coming up in a moment you'll get to hear it all.
Yeah. And coming up is the pit skip, I believe.
No, yeah, it's a pit skip. Yeah, this dungeon is where the new technique will
Eventually be used.
Yeah, eventually be used. Here's the safety death.
This
to
is a
refill
real
my
fast
health.
recovery here.
Yeah.
Because the problem is if you die in this next area, you go back to the beginning of the previous area
Yes.
before this,
Yes,
which is a huge time loss.
Yeah. So that's. I'm probably going to just shut up during that part, and if you guys want to talk, that's fine. But.
Yeah, you have to deal with the parrot unicorns.
Yeah, I don't remember what you named them, but
Parrot
they were
unicorn
nice.
seahorses.
Parrot. All right. Now I'll probably shut up. You guys can talk. I'm not worried about that.
So I take it this would be a good time to read a few donations then?
Probably not.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get serious. Where's Meta Sigma?
You can get up on top of the ceiling here, but it's not really faster.
It just looks really cool.
And you miss out on tons of experience points by doing that. This guy's using damage boosts.
That one hit was intentional.
Yeah,
that
that was a
Darkwing
damage
always
boost.
takes it there.
If you do go up through the ceiling and you are not climbing on the rope, it is death. So you have to be a little bit careful when you do the tricks like that.
Those part.
I've seen him die in pretty hilarious ways because of the ceiling.
Good.
Right.
Whew. Now we're good. This boss, they didn't realize you could duck and do this.
Right. This is the Rygar workout. I recommend you do this at home.
This is, if PJ's around, this is the boss I cannot use your controller on.
Yeah, that was good.
Nice. That was really
That was
solid.
actually a good section after that
Yeah.
crazy not Grand Mountains. What did they call that? Something
I don't
mountain.
remember.
I don't remember either.
And
All
if you-
right, now we just had the best music in the game. Now we're going into some of the other music of the game.
But not.
Yeah.
And it's laggy too.
Yeah, yeah, I can get a little bit laggy. Let's make sure I don't fail this. That's nerve-wracking when you're in a marathon. Okay, this pit section is only the real black stuff is death. So, you know, they didn't do a really good job there either.
You notice that Darkwing likes to jump around and fire his weapon all the time. That actually costs him frames, but it looks cooler.
Yeah.
Yeah, got a group.
You might think the song is like the good beginning to a song or something.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
no, this is the song.
Yeah, like there's a actual melody that'll kick in at some point, right?
The unfortunate part of this, and I'm not ready for this, so I'm going to skip these guys for now. We might kill those guys in the future. Those guys, they're called Germans, so apologies to the German restream, but these guys give 15 tone per kill. And they're actually, you can respawn them in this next section. So this is the grind section, so we can grind tone points.
I just love how you can, even as simple as this music is, you can still lag it out.
Yeah,
when
yeah.
you're grinding.
So we're going to do a little bit of grinding here. This is the best time for some donations, so that's the best time for it.
All right, I got a few of them here. So we have $10 from Theodore Merrill. Money is a little tight right now, but I was surprised to hear that even small donations can help out greatly with vaccinations and food. You should repeat this as much as you can, and we certainly will. Your $10, for example, is going to be able to purchase 45 emergency food rations for use in a crisis or national disaster. Every little bit helps with Doctors Without for Doctors Without Borders.
Oh, I see.
So thank you very much for the $10. Corey Bressler donated $36 and says, "Thanks for doing what you do. Really entertaining stream for a phenomenal cause." Josh Lehman donated $20. Had to donate during the Power Hour featuring my two favorite runners, Feasel and Darkwing Duck. Good luck, guys. Be careful, Darkwing. I heard through the grapevine that Mario Comiendo will be keeping an eye out for your Rygar strats.
Who was that from?
Josh Lehman, also known as Carpet Crawler.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Carpet.
Okay.
I'm actually getting a little bit of bad luck here. I've gotten kind of, you either want to get nothing but potions or nothing but mind points, which are the star drops. Right? You kind of saw that. But I was kind of getting a mix of both.
Yeah, he needs to refill his health in the process and have mind points left over for using a spell at the last boss.
Oh, I got a triple point
so yeah,
there.
you just got a triple, so you're in good shape.
Yeah, we're
and then
fine.
one
We got
more,
5
so now
now.
you're good.
Oh, I'm not doing... The visual cue that I use on my TV is a little bit different than what I'm seeing here, so I'm a little bit...
All right, he's at the amount that he needs, but he does one extra, so he'll be able to 9-hit Durago here.
Okay, we got a little bit of a walkway, kind of a boring walkway to... and we don't really need to listen to the music anymore. So if you got a couple more...
That I do. I do have a couple more donations right here. Got $10 from Duckett12. Shout out to Kika for the killer secret chat, and shout out to the alpaca.
I'm being chased.
And then we got another $10 from Cyberbot X.
Hey, Cyberbot.
He says, the stained glass Rygar logo looks awesome, and DW is crazy enough to wear sunglasses indoors. Because of that, or maybe not because of that, putting this towards any % run of A Link to the Past.
Well, you've got to wear sunglasses when you're wearing your bling, right? That's what I've heard you're supposed to do. Yeah, that's always, I got hit by Durago, which isn't good. We'll see if we have to do the 11 and a half seconds of shame. Oh, what am I doing?
Yeah, be careful.
Yeah, I'm being way too conservative. But what we're doing now, we're going back out to the mountain area and doing the next area, which I've actually had a little bit of trouble on in practice. No, you can in the PAL version.
Yeah.
But you cannot in the NTSC version for reasons. Do you have any idea why that is?
Yeah, they just have to adjust timing. I don't know. No, I don't really have a good explanation. This is a good time for some Rygar puns.
Yeah.
So you guys can get started on Rygar punning if you haven't already.
You get a little bit, yeah. Rygar when you can speedrun. I don't know.
That's pretty good.
That is a pun.
Pretty bad / good.
We need Brosentia here for that.
Yeah.
Grinding puns are a lot more fun.
Yeah.
True. This part is the only non-linear part of the run. You could do, there's 2 levels that you could do. This is slightly faster to do it this way, so everyone does this level first.
Now, if I die, this is like Rygar, more like Rygon.
More like Dygar.
Yeah,
You're probably Krygar.
Yeah, Krygar.
Bye-bye, Gar.
I'm sure the chat is Cygaring right now.
I was going to use that one.
Yes! I sniped one. If he dies, you could say good Nygar.
Chat is just giving a bunch of face palms.
Yeah.
It's almost time for the roller demon.
Yeah, the roller demon is what's given me problems in practice for reasons I'm unsure of, so we'll see what happens. Some people say he's riding a sofa, so I think he's riding
a leopard on a couch.
I actually like this music. It's kind of, I like the chords of it. These snails give them, I think, the most of any random, random character in the game. There we go.
That was good.
Yeah.
I don't know why I was failing it in practice all the time.
Yeah, both the juggling fights were good this round.
This is complete luck, whether he hits you or not.
Yeah, I only got 1 hit, which is
That's
really good.
pretty good.
Yeah, that's very good. I don't know why I jumped there. Now, look here, that's a little bit of a bad,
Not the last time either.
Yeah, that's a really glitchy post. Supposed to bounce on him, and I didn't.
You see him doing some extra jumps here because you could get those flyers spawning and...
What do you call those?
Oh, I have no idea.
They're like chicken-winged
yeah, they're like
egg dropper
chicken wolves or something.
Yeah. Now, there's some enemies you can jump on, some of them you can't. Oh, I jumped on that guy somehow.
Somehow.
That's a very glitchy rope, but I got down it okay. You can...
You end up getting stuck in the air for some reason sometimes.
I'm at 5 health, actually 6 in reality, but it shows 5. And that's good for now. The final boss does 3 damage per hit on you, and that's a problem. And I've been going the wrong way a lot recently, and I went the right way, so I'm happy. And now I go down. Yes, oh, up is the 11 seconds of shame. It's a health refill.
We may see that.
We may see that, yeah. It depends how Lapis goes. This next area is called Lapis, and I just got hit stupidly.
Yeah, he definitely needs to take 3 damage at the last boss.
Yeah.
So, gotta have at least 3 health.
I've got a very difficult decision to make if it's 4 health going into after Lapis. I'd almost rather either get a potion or get hit again to make the decision easy. Look at those back abs. Rygar is has the strongest back abs in the history of gaming.
It's all that yo-yoing.
Yeah.
Just like
Yo-yo-yoing.
UraniumAnchor likes to play games where you walk on the ceiling. Darkwing likes to play games where you play with a yo-yo.
Yeah. Okay, I'm glitching out a post here. It's graphical glitch. There's actually a post that I'm going to shoot this crossbow from, but it's not there. Later on, you'll see half a post. Yes, I'm very musically inclined to do stuff like that. Or rhythmic inclined, I guess, more is better put. And then right here. And there's the half post. This game has a lot of graphical issues.
You'll see later.
Yeah.
Yes. You see it all over the place. So
yeah. There's a reason a glitched run exists. I went into the door to avoid
saved
getting
some
hit.
damage, yeah.
Please go down from here. Okay, that seems easy enough.
Going to rescue his daughter.
Daughter, yeah.
Right.
We'll see this area soon again. And I didn't get a potion. Man, I am...
Don't get hit?
Yeah, don't get hit, yeah. Now this guy is jerky. Oh, okay, I had to go up.
He can get killed if
Yeah, I
there's
can
a
get
bullet at the
killed.
bottom of the screen and he jumps to the top of the screen. There's a wraparound where you can get hit.
it's
It's no good.
I saw that happen in practice, and he just jumped, and then it said game over. And like,
Decision time.
Was
Are
that
you gonna
What do you
it?
think? Should we go for it or get the health refill? Someone tell me. Go for it.
Go for it.
I think, was that the coat of arms he just got there?
Yeah.
Yep.
I could heal
That
myself.
does
if
nothing at all but let you get into the,
Yeah.
the final level.
Yeah,
I
there's
can
some
heal.
areas you can't access until you get certain items, and sometimes it's obvious when you're using the items, and sometimes, like the coat of arms, it's just you have it and it lets you go through. So.
Yeah. The coat of arms, if you go, there's some Indora statues that give you a health refill and a potion. There's actually one in the final area. But I was told to go for it, so I'm blaming the viewers if I fail. Not me for not playing well enough.
That's a good pattern.
Yeah, I got a good pattern. They can actually spawn a bit further to the right. Fake Island? I should have gone to Fake
Go
Island.
left, Fake Island.
Okay, I'll go to Fake Island. The game designers made it an issue. You know, this is not supposed to exist, but it does. And you can play around in there. And you can see Rygar. Oops. Let's try this again. Get over back. Get over there. Come on.
I'm glad we're here.
Yeah. This is why Fake Island is an issue. There we go. We're going to have a conversation afterward. But that Fake Island area, it's all over the place, and it's glitched out all over the place, and Rygar moves around. He can warp into different spots on the screen.
Get stuck in walls.
You get stuck in walls. You can soft lock the game over there. It's fun to play in. I'll do that in random streams. All right, I'm going to try for an absolutely useless and trick here. I'm going to try to scroll this. Oh, well, never mind. I was going to try to scroll the screen while still on the ground facing up. It's like a one-frame trick to do, and it has absolutely no use.
No use.
But now it's actually a little bit, ooh, that's weird. Dangerous time here. I can only take one hit. And there's good places to get hit here, so we'll try not to.
Let's not get too dangerous.
Yeah.
he needs to have his button on in order to do.
Yeah. I am the Darkwing Duck. Although that's not all the button says. Okay, this is a little bit new technique. I came up to not get hit here. And then move down, then jump. I think other people have done it before.
Yeah,
I just never. Yeah, it's not new. It's new because I don't know why I didn't steal other people's strats before. I mean, that's not something I'm opposed to. Okay, I should be fine. There's really only one place I can get hit at. I should have a chance to get hit at. Okay. I can die here. I can get randomly killed here. Need a little bit of a pause
Oh,
here.
you got the quick spawns.
Yeah, despawn guys here. So we should be good.
He just has to be patient here and not waste one of his attack and assail. So attack and assail hits everything that's on the screen, which is the fastest way to kill this boss.
And it gives you invulnerability periods. Uh-oh. Oh, no! What do I do?
I would go
back.
Grind up to a 10-hit kill and 5 mind points.
Yeah. So getting hit there, I waited too long. Oh, I got it.
You're going to get hit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can't.
I forgot about that.
You have to jump through that door. The game despawns the door if you get hit walking through there.
So I'm going to go regrind here.
Yeah, that's a really tricky boss fight. You're in the speedrun, you're basically playing it at the margins.
That's and
the leg.
So we're going to get the grayscale kill. No, that doesn't work very well. I'll go down further. So I got to grind a little bit to Where are they? Right there. Yeah. They're the same enemies, too. They're just, thank you.
Yeah, he needs 5 mind points, basically. He's getting none.
5 mind points just to cast attack,
Attack and Assail, yeah. That's 3.
So he also needs some health back as well, then.
But he won't if he, because by the time he's killed all these things, he'll have enough tone points that he can get a 10-hit kill, which means you don't even need to go near him, because you get 10 hits with Attack and Assail.
Can you double hit him with the Attack and Assail?
No. Because he has invulnerability period. I can do a regular kill on him soon.
Yeah, at some point. He needs one more. There it is.
That's 5, right?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, and I'm at, this almost be 9 hits.
So you guys will see the glitched out palette ending.
I was being safe there. I didn't want to die there. Well, that cost a couple minutes. Okay, but keep in mind what this area looks like. Yeah, it was a 9-hit kill.
Yeah.
And that was time, but that wasn't a very good run anyway. But yeah.
26, 15.
Yeah. But I lost that would have been like a 23.
That's pretty good.
And the 3-pixel dove.
And the beautiful rainbow.
My smiling face from this.
Yeah.
This isn't what the ending's supposed to look like. He was in the middle of doing the Attack and Assail, which does some weird palette stuff, and it stops in the middle of it.
So, then it gets back to our goal. Now, you only got about 10 minutes left to donate for this prize. Can't go too far. Reset! Someone hit reset for me.
I got,
Yep, you only have about 10 minutes left to donate for that prize. I believe it is a $10.
I don't know, you'd have to look.
I'm looking up.
Okay, so we're ready for the timer to start again?
Yeah, what estimate?
10 minutes. Let's do 11 minutes.
Yeah, I'm feeling like 11:15.
11:15, yeah.
Hey, he's wearing sunglasses indoors.
Yeah. And go. So that was the full game. Now let's do this game a little bit faster.
Yeah, this is going to look nothing like what you just saw. As soon as he gets to the first boss, it's all changed.
The first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to kill fewer enemies. I'm still going to kill 2 of them to get to 32. But other than that, well, there's a little bit at the early part, but until Feasel said, until we get to the first boss, it's pretty much the same. It's the same route anyway. Boing, yeah. Yeah. Now that jump there, they didn't code that terribly well because you shouldn't be able to jump that. So yeah, go ahead and do some donations while we get to that other area again.
All right. I do have a few donations here. We've got $10 from Luke Schirmer. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly there. Sorry, Luke. He says, Sgdq is awesome. Rygar is legit gangster. Got $10 from Michael Fellick. Says, hi everyone, thanks for putting the marathon together. Good luck to Darkwing and all of the other runners at Sgdq.
Oh, I got it back.
Love the shades. $10 from Jens. Feasel is one of my absolute favorite speedrunners. Such calm and such elegance. Best of luck with 8 Eyes. Also, very much looking forward to the SGNG run tomorrow. You don't need the good luck, PJ. Have fun though. And then we have a $35 donation from Jonathan Todd. Couldn't miss donating during the Feasel and DW runs. Keep it up, guys.
Thank you.
All right, now this is a little bit of a change since I'm going to be Since we're going to be doing some glitching out, so might as well do some death warping while we're at it.
Yeah, normally in the full game he tries to avoid death warping, but
there's precedent having it be the full game be a no death run, so that's why we don't do any death warping in it. Okay, controller. It's a little bit more aggressive, but still pretty conservative. But again, as you saw, I wasn't killing anything. I'm not going to kill anything in this Rosa area or Aruga.
Here he actually wants to waste frames so that he doesn't accidentally despawn one of these guys and have it respawn in a bad spot.
Yeah, and it very often will spawn there and hit you while you're throwing that grappling hook up. Now there's a couple ways to get around this owl. I call it an owl. I guess it's a bat. I always saw it as an owl. It's a bad owl. I guess you're supposed to, the game thinks you should go up to the top level and jump across because you got more room to land, but I don't see the need. And remember, stone, you know, backsides. Leaving you with that lasting image of that. You don't have to jump there. I do it with the music. I didn't get the 0.5 dragon. That's twice. All right, we do have time for 1 or 2 donations while I get to the boss here, and then it'll be kind of hectic for a little bit.
Okay, well, I've got a couple of donations here. Got $50 from a Timo Schroeder. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. He says, "Did I overhear that right? Every German brings 50 and is farming time?" Well, you got mine. Put it on the Super Ghouls and Ghost bid, as I enjoyed JP's torch run the other time. Cheers to all you guys. Great job. And then Richard Diaz donated $40. Hey guys, I'm donating during Rygar because I've had many memories playing this game growing up. Thanks for all the hours and work you guys are putting into this marathon and donating the money to such a great cause. Keep up the good work.
I have to take damage there, by the way. But we're going to do a fun little trick here. Hopefully I do it on the first try.
Basically, all the boss rooms in the game are kind of next to each other, and normally they don't expect you to be able to go out of bounds and get into the other boss rooms, but you're about to see something.
And look where I am.
So now he's jumped way over to this boss.
Now the problem is, if I could go fight Rygar right now, the final boss. If you do a pacifist run, you can get to him without killing anything in the game. Since you have 3 attack power and Rygar has 4,096 hit points, it would take 1,032 hits to kill Rygar from your starting attack power. So we're not going to do that. We're going to do that. We're going to do a little bit more grinding here in a different area. It's not as efficient as the Germans, because we know Germans all about efficiency. So we have to do these roller thing guys.
Yeah, if you like seafood, this is better.
Yeah, yeah. So we're going to be here I'm not going to get as high up level-wise. So we got a little bit of time here, so definitely we can do more donations.
Well, I've got a very special donation here. Rafael Brambilla donated $600. $300 for Pokemon Red versus Pokemon Gold, the trainer named to be Verdier. Always a pleasure to watch a marathon and give to a great cause, and thanks to the French restream for us to share this moment. Huge shout outs to all the restreamers. They are covering this marathon in other languages, making it so that we have an even bigger audience than before, so big shout outs to them.
Basically what I'm doing here is, the plan is to get, so I can kill these guys in one hit, have full health, and have enough for attack and assail. That area of effect attack on the whole screen. We got a little bit of time left, so.
Okay, well, I don't have any donations to read quite at the moment. However, I do want to plug SDA and SRL, Speed Demos Archive, and Speed Runs Live, which is where the majority of our marathon runners come from. Speed Demos Archive specializes in high-quality videos of speedruns of various games, and Speedruns Live is a great, friendly competition place of, well, racing actually. Guess can't really call it, can call it a competition, I guess. Anyways, go check both those sites out, SpeedDemosArchive.com and Speedruns Live. And we are doing Summer Games Done Quick 2014. We are raising money for Doctors Without Borders. Okay. In conjunction with this marathon, there's also a Humble Bundle that is going on right now, where all money being made by the Humble Bundle is being donated to Doctors Without Borders. All right. Don't forget to also check out theyeti.com. And big thanks to the Yeti and Carrie Fry and many of the designers for the awesome T-shirts that they have on sale. I believe there are 10 T-shirts on sale there. Huge thanks to them. They do send in their donations. With every T-shirt sale, a portion of the money is being sent to Doctors Without Borders. So many great ways to donate for such a great cause.
Originally, when Darkwing started doing this category, he was grinding on the robots that I like to call happy robots, because they have smiley faces on their chests. And they're worth more experience, basically, but
I think it was
harder to spawn.
Yeah, I think it was Solar Flare who told me to try it on these, and he was absolutely right that this is much more efficient. So now I can leave at any point here, and I think I'll just do a few more. And let's go. Yeah, let's go see what we can do now. Now I'm going to kill the boss here, if nothing else, to get him out of my way. See how those took 2 hits, so I'm not as quite the same attack power as I was before, but I'm still at a decent amount. Okay, the trick I'm about to do is what I call it flying. It's uh-oh, I'm going down. Okay. Basically, if you're holding down with your thumb, or on the control pad, and then have like 1 or 2 frames where you're not actually on the thing, and then push down again, you can move while in the air. Yeah, I ended up there, so I can. So I'm on air. And now here we are at the final boss. Get ready for time. Time. 10:17. Oh, 10:17. That's good. Yeah.
If you die in the arcades, it's special.
Yeah, there's if you go one more screen to the right, the game doesn't even know it exists, and your game goes all over the place. So that's if I would have died there, I would have gotten knocked over, so it would have been okay anyway. Oh, wrong camera. And so it would have been good. So it would have been good either way. So, but we got the good ending here. We got the actual dove this time.
And the rainbow.
And the rainbow. Yeah, the 3-colored rainbow. That's the most important thing here. Is the 3-colored rainbow. And the waterfall that doesn't actually move. And yeah, so that is Rygar in various ways. So and. And I guess it's fight. So I guess it's up to Feasel again to.
Yep, Feasel's up next with 8 eyes. All right, and you just saw Darkwing Duck.
We just need 2 of them, and then we'll have 8 eyes, right?
Pretty much. So you just saw Darkwing Duck with Rygar, both a full run of Rygar and then a fun little glitched run of it. 8 Eyes is coming up next, run by Feasel, and right after that we'll have a Shatterhand race with UraniumAnchor and Klaige. Should be really good. We do just want to give you guys a heads up really quick. As you can see, Sgdq monitor is right on top of things. Right after Shatterhand, the stream will be going down for a few fixes. I would say just maybe a couple minutes at most. Okay, so the stream's not completely going down after Shatterhand. It will still be up. We'll have some music or something going on for it, but we will have to delay any games after Shatterhand just for a little bit while we take care of a few things.
We're ahead of schedule
Oh, yeah. So we are a little ahead of schedule, so everything's going to be great. Do not worry. We're just going to run a... Let's see. Do we have time for a quick commercial, or should we just go ahead? Are we about ready for the game? What's that? Okay, we're just going to run a commercial real quick, and we'll see you guys in a minute. Yep, commercial's done. Welcome back to Sgdq 2014, guys. We're gonna have 8 Eyes as run by Feasel here.
All right.
Yeah, we still got.
Yeah.
Ready to go? Okay. So I should explain just briefly what I'm doing in each of these levels. There's a certain order you have to do the levels in order to get the attack bonus against the bosses. So there's not really any leeway in what order I can do these. In each of the levels, basically the main challenge is the boss, and you want to speedrun wise just be able to like walk right up to him and just, you know, go toe to toe and just trade blows with him. So it's really about managing your health and your item power throughout the levels. So by the time you get to the boss, you have the numerical advantage on him, and you can just sit there and you know, take him out. But even that's very difficult. Even coming in with the right amount of health and item power, you could still get screwed. So I may end up dying at one of the bosses. We'll see. Fortunately, the levels are pretty short, so it's not too bad. But we'll see what happens. Okay, go.
So as Feasel mentioned, he has to pick this particular level to start with, which is Spain. The game doesn't give you any indication that you're going to be completely screwed if you pick any of the other levels. That's going to be a theme throughout here, so you'll notice that a lot of levels, although they're very short, have staircases and pits and drops that he has to go through. Exploration is a big aspect for playing the game casually.
This game is probably the only NES game with a positive bird.
Yeah, this is a bird that's helpful. I used him a moment ago to take some damage and distract one of the enemies. Oh my gosh. All right.
And what he just picked up was the white crystal, which is the most useful sub-weapon in the game. It'll stun the bosses. There's a couple of other sub-weapons. He uses the boomerang to do switch puzzles and collect things.
That's about it, yeah.
All the other sub-weapons are pretty much useless. They're attack items and never get involved in the run.
This game has all the same sub-weapons as Castlevania, plus a few extras.
Definitely not Castlevania, though.
Yeah, it's not inspired at all.
Yeah, definitely not a Castlevania ripoff.
Lots of games have staircases that just...
Castlevania, Castlevania 2, Castlevania 3.
8 Eyes.
Yeah,
8 Eyes.
This game also has another mechanic that's similar to Castlevania, which is quick falling off of ledges. Before the marathon, I actually thought you had to be doing attacks to do the quick fall or get hit by an enemy. Feasel showed me you can hit pretty much any button on the controller that's not being used. I thought he was doing some really awesome glitch, but...
Lost one.
Yep, that's a bird distract there.
Yep. And you notice that you use the white crystal to freeze the boss and get some extra hits in. Each of those crystal uses takes 2 full boxes of the item display, and it's a little bit tricky because it really is 2 full boxes. So you could be thinking that you've got all the energy that you need and be 1 pixel off. So Feasel knows exactly where the drops are going to be to know that he's going to have enough for the boss kills.
That skeleton waiter is the prize for this game, is it not? By the perler?
Yeah, you'll notice the skeleton waiter at the end of each of the levels. So after you defeat the boss, you sit down and have tea with them. Because it's civilized, you know, it's a civilized game.
Yes. And indeed, it is a skeleton waiter perler that is available for the prize. $5 buy-in.
All right, that's Boomerang's helpful for hitting some switches, which avoids having to use the bird for some of the puzzles, which is a bit slower. So that's why I use the Boomerang. It's not helpful for fighting anything.
Whenever he uses the bird to collect something, the bird has to be back on his shoulder before he can go through a door. So that's one of the reasons why he wants to get alternative ways of hitting the switches. The Boomerang also lets him collect items that are behind him. The Boomerang does keep traveling past you, so he'll use that in a couple places as well.
There are several enemies in this game that are in various stages of dress.
Such as diapers.
Yes, such as diapers and more diapers.
All right, this boss is one of the worst ones, but we'll see. Okay, no problem.
Good. Very good.
Whew.
What Feasel's doing is getting him to commit to an attack direction so that he can get behind him and get lots of hits in.
And there's the waiter.
And suddenly the clown is red instead of green. I think he looks like a clown.
Do we have a moment that I could read a few donations?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, we got $10 from Stefan Kleiner. Hi guys, all I want to say is, you're awesome. If you were here, I would... Oh, you're awesome. If you were here, I would give you all a schnitzel. Greetings from Germany. Okay.
So we'll be going to Germany in this game soon as well.
We got a $50 donation from Michael Stern. Keep up the good gaming, guys. We have a donation from Antaron Oadi. I apologize if I slaughtered your last name there. Hey runners and commentators, Antaron here. I love the way you're finishing games for charity. I'm hopeful for Doctors Without Borders, and I hope we will make great things together. Now distract me with the cute alpaca, please. From the French dude sending you baguettes. Niels Cool donated $35. Hey guys, great what you guys are doing. Loving the runs and just wanting to wish the runners some good luck and have fun.
You can release the bird from your shoulder and recall it to your shoulder, and then you can make it dive. And other than that, you got to wait for the bird to hit the edge of the screen to turn around, and you can't adjust its vertical position, which is why
Yoga Skeleton.
2 players is a little bit more flexibility, but it's honestly not all that useful in the speedrun.
Okay, we have a $20 donation from Tobias Meyer. It's great what you are doing, and I love to watch it. Keep it up. Greetings from Germany.
Right. A little bit of serious time for the boss here. Whoa, this is bad. There we go. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, if you miss that thing, it's kind of tough to get him. That sucks.
Another tricky part about that is when he collects that invincibility, if he's taking damage at the same time, it'll basically freeze him in place until the invincibility wears out. So you have to be really careful when the boomerang is going to hit back on that tile, that he's not being hit by the boss right then.
Do you keep any progress when you
Just the full level again, unfortunately. That sucks, but yeah, I don't know. That happens sometimes. Hopefully that's the only death in this. Fingers crossed. Good music in this game, in my opinion.
Each level has 3 tracks to it, including the opening screen, which you would be surprised why there's 3 tracks.
Yeah, this is way more music than almost any Nintendo game I can think of.
And I consider that the demon Ron Jeremy.
And that's Chain Whip Diaper Baby. So you'll see me jump into some of these enemies sometimes, and basically it's because for most of these enemies, what you really want to do is get through them in 1 hit rather than 2, and that's what makes all the difference health-wise. Yeah. Bad start to this level. I took a couple extra hits. The health is really tight in most of these levels, and there's just not a lot you can do about it.
And one thing you'll notice is that the bird and the player both have separate health bars. It is possible for the bird to die, and doesn't affect the game anyway unless you actually need the bird for the switch puzzles. You'll get it back on the next level. The downside of that is if the bird collects a health power-up, it goes to the bird, not to you.
All right, much better patterns this time. I was getting awful patterns last time, and makes a huge difference health-wise. Go. So now the item drops are going to be, the cycle in the item drops is going to be a little bit off, so I'm going to have to really watch the item power and health. It's also one of the few NES games with crosses in it. Mostly Nintendo censored all the crosses in all of its games when it North Americanized them, but not this one for some reason. All right, doing way better this time. Good. And a perfect boss
slightly different results, yeah.
Yeah, the bosses are really tough to manipulate their patterns. You'll see later on a couple where he gets them corner trapped or in advantageous positions.
Gack-cack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if they get away, they can be very challenging.
Yeah, it's like a
corner
huge,
trap.
like you saw how much health I had at the end of that, and just like a slight mistake, and you could, that could have all gone away. So they're really sensitive. Maybe. Oh, just barely made it in that door.
Some of the door timings are really tight. And they'll
Yeah,
close
particularly
just
this
before
level.
you're going to get it there.
This is one of the harder ones here, too. There we go. I got it.
All right, would this be a good time to go through a few donations?
Yeah, sure. Anytime that's not a boss is fine.
Okay. So we have a $7 donation from, and I apologize for slaughtering this name, Thij van Amerongen. Okay, again, I apologize. Says, hello again, I'm still enjoying these games. As always, great commentary to keep it interesting. Here's $5 for the reader to allocate after having to put up with my impossible name. Keep it up. Nick Carper donates $5. He says, 8 Eyes should have been called Tea Drinking Simulator 2014. Go Feasel. Then we have a $40 donation from Edouard St. Georges, saying, Sgdq is back, but now I have a job. Good for me, but a shame I cannot follow your feats all day as I used to. Keep up the great entertainment. Glad Mr. MV is finally participating in a GDQ event.
All right.
So what he picked up there was double damage, and you'll just see the boss health meter drain away.
Whew. And that's it's got a pretty short window there. It runs out basically immediately after I killed him. That's when it ran out. So if you miss any of those hits, then you're kind of in trouble.
Dio Kaglik.
All right, here we get into the maze levels. This is one of the 2 mazy levels. So you'll notice that going down and then coming back up, it's a different level now. Yeah. So good luck finding your way through here without making maps and wasting hours. But once you know where to go, this is a really fast level. This is basically the fastest level. That music.
Whitey Whitey Knifey guy?
That sounds right.
There's some jerk birds.
Oh, he's carrying a spear. I don't know how to make a I sound out of a spear.
Whew, pretty good.
That guy's got a couple different axe patterns, and they're just totally random which one you'll get.
Yeah, fortunately with the invincibility, I get a little bit of leeway there because I can get about 11 hits on him before I have to start taking damage.
Paugayan.
Close. And now we're in Germany, which is another maze level. There we go.
Yeah, good job.
That jump.
That is a really tough jump.
Yeah, it's not even like frame perfect or anything. It's not too bad a jump. They don't intend for you to go that way, but it's not too bad. But when you miss it, you lose a lot of damage getting back there again. A lot of health.
Yeah, there's basically alternate routes through here. If he had missed the jump, it's a couple more screens, and it's just damage boosting throughout all of them, so he'd have a lot less health when he gets to the boss.
Yeah, and this is probably the boss that's been giving me the most trouble, so we'll see what happens. Basically, if I mess up the approach on this boss, there's no chance of beating him.
We have a $20 donation from Dana Hinkle.
I'd wait a minute, though, please.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
All right. Serious time over. We're good now.
Okay. Dana Hinkle sent in $20 and says, first time being able to watch a GDQ event live, and I'm really enjoying it. Thanks to the runners and everyone behind the scenes who helps put on the event. Jacob Lash donates $5 and says, this is my first time catching a live SGDQ and I had to donate while Feasel is playing some 8 Eyes. Feasel gets to pick where this donation goes.
Ooh, I'll have to think about that one.
Okay, Benjamin Tyrer donates $3 and says, thanks everyone for putting on a great show. I've been enjoying all the runs and appreciate the skill on display. Cheers from England. Dan Delorio donates $15.60, saying, I'd like to donate $1 for every game being played at SGDQ, 156, but unfortunately I'm not that rich. Instead, here's 10 cents for every game being played at SGDQ. Keep it up, guys. Put this towards Flavio following you in Thousand Year Door.
It's one of the few Switch puzzles that's significantly sped up by having another player, but not a huge difference, I guess.
James Woodsworth donates $5 and says, "Thanks for doing such a good thing for a good charity. P.S. We'll donate another $10."
I was going to say if you missed that one.
Okay, P.S. We'll donate another $10 if at a random point in the next game, the guy in the purple Twitch jumper stands up and shouts, GG. I don't know where he's at now, so...
Good. That boss can sometimes be a pain, yeah. This one where I have the least advantage on the boss, health-wise, so it's kind of a tight margin of error, but I made it through with plenty of health, so that's good. All right. So this is the boss rush. Final level, you refight all the bosses again, but you get maximum item and health containers, and it refills, hold on, refills you after each boss.
But you don't have the attack bonus.
Right, so I have to do twice as much damage to these bosses, but given all those other factors, it's not too bad.
Those more powerful swords that we said you were getting between
Yeah.
levels actually work.
Nope, not anymore.
And they're in the order you're supposed to fight them, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess.
Now, this was the boss that was bouncing around all over
Yeah.
the place before. Luckily, this refight has a little ledge that he's going to get trapped under.
So these aren't too bad. You have the advantage over these guys, so you just trade blows and try not to waste any of your shots, and it usually works out. Get the bird. Yeah, so this is not actually the area you're supposed to fight, because if you remember, this was the last thing that I fought before the refights.
Oh, I see.
This is one of the trickier ones. As long as he doesn't get away from me, should be all right. I'm going to save one white crystal in case he does.
A lot of the bosses just like to run as fast as possible away from you if they get unstunned.
Ooh. That one makes me nervous. All right, this next one's kind of complicated because I'm going to use up all my crystals, pick up an item refill, and then use up all the rest of them. And the bird's positioning is very critical here. There you go, good. All right, good.
Now, I found out just yesterday that your item bar is like 16 per bar, and it's like you have 255 instead of 256.
Slightly. So it looks like I can use another white crystal, but I'm like one point short of it.
And this guy can actually teleport around while stunned, but fortunately it doesn't count your stun timer down while that's happening.
All right. 2 more to go. Good axe pattern.
Not a good place to be stabbing him.
It's good for us, not for him.
Yeah, I don't think he's too
It's a civilized game.
Yeah, it's a civilized game.
Not great, but good enough.
Go that way.
All right, this final boss here, it's not really serious time. This is, you know, probably going to go okay.
The final boss is pretty much like all the other bosses. Yeah. Time does not stop at the final boss. There's one more thing he needs to do afterwards.
What even is that? It looks like the dragon tamer from Ogre Battle games.
This is the title theme, slowed down.
They put a lot of title theme is this music sped up.
Oh, there you go. Think of it.
They put a lot of thought into the bosses of this game.
So you're meant to be searching for clues throughout all these levels, using the bird to hit every brick in every wall until you find the clues that give you basically like a logic puzzle that you have to solve to tell you the order to put these stones in. Fortunately, we have the internet. Go, bird, go. It's all you.
Get ready for time.
Getting up there. Hold on. And time.
Time.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's a pretty good time. Give him the death. Yeah, give him the deaths. No, you just have to do it again. You can try it as many times as you want. But
just make you refight the final boss.
No, fortunately.
No, but you'll be sitting there for a long time if you don't know which order 8 crystals goes into.
Yes. So yeah, that was a pretty good run. I mean, I had those deaths in that third stage, but everything else went way
Your
better than expected.
falconry was amazing.
The falconry and
was
fencing.
amazing. Your logician skills were top notch.
Yeah.
Yep. Now at this point, there's actually 3 loops of this game, and the enemies get faster, like way, way faster. So it's good luck trying to beat on the second loop, and the third loop is just insane. So if you want a challenge, go for it.
Like the game's not challenging you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
A magician.
Skill as a logician.
Only the strongest and wisest of magicians.
Oh, I should probably explain the story before I sign off here. So the reason it's called 8 Eyes is the 8 jewels that you pick up are called the Eyes. So the world was destroyed by 8 nuclear explosions, and at the center of each of those explosions was a jewel that has like magical powers for whatever reason. So then sometime years in the future, various kings of different countries acquired these jewels, and those things corrupted them and turned them into the evil monsters that you're fighting, which is why once you've taken the jewel back, you can sit down and have tea with them like civilized human beings, you know?
Oh.
And so you're trying to collect all those jewels and prevent nuclear war from happening yet again. So there you go. Magic and nuclear war intertwined. And jewelry.
So who's that?
I have no idea. This is just a random picture. Anyway, thank you to all my stream viewers. Thank you to all my, my subs, all my mods, and to everyone who helped get me here. Thank you very much. I'll see you later this week to do Rescue Rangers 2 co-op with Sinister One. Thanks for donating.
All right.
All right, that was 8 Eyes by Feasel. Next up, we have a Shatterhand race between UraniumAnchor and Klaige. So while we're getting set up for that, I just want to, again, say this is Speed Demos Archive and Speedruns Live. Summer Games Done Quick 2014. And all donations are going towards Doctors Without Borders. We're going to run a quick commercial while we get things set up. We'll see you guys in a minute. All right, everybody, welcome back. We're still getting things set up for a Shatterhand race, but in the meantime, we just want to remind you guys to keep donating. We've had some awesome prizes so far. We've got a grand prize of a Nintendo Wii U and 3DS XL bundle. Okay, it's $35 to get in on that. We also have a PS4 that will be given away as well, so you're going to want to get your donations in for that. And as one last reminder, all donations are going towards Doctors Without Borders. Okay. So, let's see. We got a few, while we're still getting set up, we have a few donations that we can read off. Matthew Bangston donates $20 saying, "First time watching SGDQ, can't believe I didn't know about it before. Really cool to see all of this. And way cool that it's all going to such a rad cause. Thanks to all of you for such a great stream. Keep it up." Corey Lucy donates $10 and says, "Shoutouts to everyone involved in this event for providing awesome entertainment while giving to an even more awesome cause." We've got $35 from Joshua Krut. Keep up the good work, guys. I've never heard of some of these older games. Here's hoping for some more hilarious glitch runs. And trust me, the glitches aren't done yet. Okay. Just a few things that you're going to want to be aware of coming up soon. We have Dust Force that will be coming up soon, and there is a character bid war going on for that. We haven't had a whole lot of donations for it. Right now, we have Dust Man, which has $35 towards him, and Dust Girls, which has $31 donated towards her. So if you're excited for some Dust Force, excuse me, if you're excited for some Dust Force, go ahead and get some donations in for that. Don't forget that we recently added a bid war between Mario Kart 64 and which will be run by, I gotta pull that up, sorry. A bid war between Mario Kart 64, which will be by Fire Dragon, or if you want, F-Zero GX by Naglaria. Okay, get your donations in for that. Just put your money behind whoever you want to see at that time. Okay. Just a little bit about us. SDA is Speed Demos Archive. Our website is speeddemosarchive.com. And where'd that go? There it is. Speed Demos Archive is the premier community for video game speedruns, completing games as quickly as possible through extensive planning, practice, and knowledge of game mechanics and glitches. All right. We also have runners here from Speedruns Live, the best site to race video games online against others. Players of all skill levels are welcome to join, whether you'd like to become competitive or just race casually with friends. You can go to the front page, speedrunslive.com, for more information and to watch a wide variety of speedrun streams. Okay, and the charity that we're raising money for, Doctors Without Borders, is an international medical humanitarian organization created by doctors and journalists in France in 1971. Today, Doctors Without Borders provides independent, impartial assistance in more than 60 countries to people whose survival is threatened by violence, neglect, or catastrophe, primarily due to armed conflict, epidemics, malnutrition, exclusion from healthcare, or natural disasters. In 1999, they received the Nobel Peace Prize for their efforts. It is a really great cause. You do want to donate towards them. For example, $30 donated towards Doctors Without Borders can purchase wound care for 6 burn victims. $60 can purchase treatment for 72 children under the age of 5 suffering from malaria. And that's just those are a couple of the many different ways that Doctors Without Borders can help everybody. Okay, we've got a donation here from Martin Kvist. I'm sorry if I messed up your name, Martin. He donated $20 and says, "Summer Games Done Quick is the best games done quick. Greetings from Denmark." We have a $200 donation from Max Wasserman. "Hey, Klaige, here's the money I didn't give you for the trip to Chicago for UFGT last month. Good luck with the run." And if you guys are able to, please turn off ad block, as all the ad funds are going towards future marathons. That'll help us to be able to keep our equipment up and going and be able to make things even better. And then just as a friendly reminder, just like GDQ Monitor says there, we will be taking the stream down after Shatterhand just really quick. We won't be running any games, but we'll bring the stream right back up with some music. It is to, as you can see there from what GDQ is announcing, Operation Fix the Audio will occur during the downtime. All right, it'll just be about a minute, you guys. We are just getting a couple of last things taken care of.
There it is.
And there we go.
Pick the one that there's.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Sorry, I think that was mine.
Hello.
Hi there.
Good morning.
I am microphone.
Good afternoon.
All right, so
Want me to give a countdown? Or?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Whenever, if we're good to go.
We ready to roll?
back there?
Yeah. Can we give you a countdown?
I'll do it. All right. All right. 3, 2, 1. Shatterhand. TM.
So this game is also known as Steve H. Punch Warrior because that's
Yes.
the character's name.
Yeah. This is a fairly late NES platformer. Really good controls, graphics, music, everything. You should play it if you haven't already.
Yeah. Lots of very clever sprite work as
Yeah,
well.
So, first thing they're doing is they're getting a power vest from getting 100 gold or whatever, and touching that pad there, and that doubles punch power.
Yep.
Lasts until they get hit 3 times, and it persists between stages.
Correct.
And the boxes they're picking up with the Greek alpha and beta characters affect their robot buddy.
Yep. You won't see that till about the 3rd stage for me.
Yeah. That's one of the fun things about playing this game casually too, is that there's there's a lot of different combinations.
Yep. Some of them are really good. Some of them are the flamethrower.
Yeah. They're all going to be going for the triple beta robot, which is a grenade thrower, just because it's both the highest damage and the easiest to hit stuff with.
Yeah.
So this first boss can jump up to the wall and do bad things unless you do a small manipulation that was found out by Gubado. Basically, you wait when he's doing here, don't do anything, and he fires, and then you can go back punching him.
I screwed that up.
And as did I. Saved it.
So, since we're on the stage transition now, I'm going to take a moment to talk about this game's excellent storyline. So in Japan, this was a game where you were a robot or something,
Yeah, like
but
Soul Brain.
Soul Brain.
Yeah, I don't know. But
Japan.
the American programmers knew better than to do something simple like that. So Steve H. is a man who used to fight terrorists until they shot his arms, so he had to get robot arms, and so now he can punch bullets, and so he's going after the terrorists by punching everything in his path.
Yeah. So just a warning, Klaige and I do use different pads here. It doesn't matter a whole lot, but it's just what we're used to.
Yep. We'll sync back up at the end of the game, basically.
Because once you've been in the intro stage, you have 5 more stages that you can do in any order, and then the final stage. And it only really affects the speedrun route because of the robot parts.
Yeah, and more than anything, there's not much that changes when you go to different stages. The only thing that really affects time is what robot part you carry over, and I got bad luck there by not getting the drop.
You don't get to carry money over between stages.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to do some extra kills now. Unfortunately, that box is random, and decided to not give me gold, so instead I'm gonna have to kill some robots here to earn more gold. And they're not dropping big coins because it's a marathon, so why would they do anything I actually want?
Where's MV? He's around here somewhere, I'm sure.
All right, so now I have enough gold to do my route properly for the rest of this. Thanks, MV. Appreciate it. Viva la France.
That was Robo Zangief, by the way.
Yes.
You'll see him a couple more times.
Yeah, he's very used.
So one thing you'll notice in this game is you have a very hefty amount of iframes on not only getting hit, but other things like boss transitions and getting the health pads. So when you get any kind of a health pad, you'll see that I decide to sit for a second and let the invulnerability carry me through.
So, and here is, of course, I play this game because you walk on the ceiling.
Yep.
Also a Bloodlines feature, so.
There you go. There's the challenge.
So now I need to find a Bloodlines card, is that what you're telling me?
If you want to hate yourself. Yeah. So,
you have to do Blaster Master 2 first.
So this snake boss, in between the transition there, he doesn't have a hurt box in the transition from the two weird robot gremlin things to the giant snake. So you can just sit on the fence and wail on him and he dies very quickly with the powered up punch because they decided he didn't need a hitbox till about 30 seconds after transforming.
So the reason I do this stage first is because it's the most random stage in the game, and so if you're going for actual speedrun attempts, you'd probably do the stage first just
Correct.
to...
Yeah, because Gravijerk, as we call him, is the great equalizer at this game.
Yes.
Yeah, this race is not over until after the second Gravijerk fight.
Yeah, if you thought you and I were, or UA and I were the stars of this race, that's false.
Yeah.
Gravity Boss is the real star of the show here.
Okay. All right, round one, Gravijerk. The reason why this guy is such a pain is just because he can he can go outside your attack range whenever he wants to, like he's doing right now.
Yeah, he can also put you on the ceiling so that you can't even attack him.
Yeah. But the worst thing is just dancing outside out of bounds.
Which he's doing a lot of.
I think the current record for how long he's been out of bounds is over a minute.
Yeah, I was practicing yesterday, and during the second time you fight this boss, because yes, once wasn't enough. He actually went out of bounds on me for so long, I legitimately thought I soft-locked the game.
Yeah, so I would have reset for that. That was mediocre for a marathon race, but for an actual attempt, I would have reset for that.
So I'm going
having
very...
less health saves a little bit of time on the results screen.
That was a bad job.
Yeah, I forget exactly how many frames it is per life bar, but it's significant enough that you want to try to...
Yeah, anytime you can burn health at the end of a fight, there are actually opportunities if you... Most of the time you won't be low enough, but if you have low enough health due to mistakes, you can actually double KO yourself against the boss you're fighting, and you can...
This thing is the snake is the easiest one to do that on, isn't it?
Yeah, I did that at Sgdq 2 years ago.
Because the death animation in this game takes about 12 seconds, so... you have a lot of leeway to have the last life bar get taken away and still keep going.
And this is the second nasty RNG part of the run.
Yeah,
right?
let's see if these jetpack guys give me good luck here.
Yeah, they're the spiritual successors to jetpack ninjas.
Wow! Oh wow! I am probably
what
dead.
A play.
Yeah, because he needs to walk through a lot of fires to save time in this stage.
I'm pretty sure I'm dead.
Wow.
Yeah, they completely screwed me over here.
Incredible.
Yeah.
There's nothing I can do.
Yeah, sadly, getting enough money to use that health pad would cost too much time.
All right, Gravity Jerk gets another round.
Yep.
Yeah, and see how long this death takes? It doesn't help that there's like 5 billion enemies on screen either.
Yeah.
There was nothing I could do there.
Oh, he already stuck me to the ceiling, so we're off to a roaring start. I have to actually be really careful now. Oh, that's bad.
Okay, round 2. Come on, guys.
I have to play extremely safe now because I'll die during this fight if I don't.
Are they seriously doing this to me again?
Come on, come over here.
Okay,
Yep.
I think I might.
I knew it was going to happen too.
Alright, I think I might be okay here. Okay. I'm gonna kill myself here because this auto-scroller is long as hell. So I need to jump into the fire here. So.
Yep.
I do not want to try to do that auto-scroller with only 1 health. That's a really bad idea to Marathon.
And this is Gravijerk doing what he does best, just perpetually dancing out of range. And sadly, because he died, he lost his power vest too, so he can't. It takes more hits to kill him.
Yep.
In casual play, I like using a different robot that actually lets you kill the missile launcher on the bottom side of this platform.
Yeah, if you're going to go for that flamethrower, is probably your best bet. The problem is the flamethrower is terrible at hitting the jetpack
I like the one that
guys.
throws the discuses and kind of a
That works too,
downward arc too.
I don't even remember what combo that is though.
I don't either.
I mean, I only ever use the triple beta unless I screw up and pick up the wrong symbol, which hopefully I won't do. Why did I even say that?
Oh, thank God.
Okay, there we go.
Well, we're pretty much evened up now after that fiasco.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Gravity Jerk will have another chance to completely affect the outcome of the race.
So you can kind of see why I didn't want to try to do this part with 1 health.
You don't even actually have to fight all of the bosses in the game, but of course that one is one of them.
Yeah, 2 of the worst ones are the ones that they chose, so it's pretty great.
Okay, so coming up, once he gets to the top of this auto-scroller, we'll see the mecha suit for the first time, which is another upgrade you get if you get the same combination of robot parts that resulted in the robot you have. You basically, Steve H merges with his robot for about 15 seconds, and he's able to punch and shoot fireballs that I think do like 4 times the damage of a regular punch.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Meanwhile, if you've missed any of the matches, it just replaces the robot.
So the katana dude that's the boss of this stage is pretty nasty if you fight him normally, but with the mecha suit, he's a pushover.
Yeah, I've also screwed up the manipulation here.
So I can't scroll that screen until the elevator is completely off the screen. That's why I had to wait there.
I'm gonna have to take a slow route and try and make it to the next section and then also suicide. Oh my gosh, jump please. Yep, I'm not gonna make it. Yep.
Aw, man.
This is a really
jetpack guy for both
well,
people.
I messed up. You can manipulate them. I just didn't do it.
But as you saw, there is a time limit for how long you stay in mecha suit form, so that does unfortunately limit the number of places where it's actually useful. Because yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are wondering why you can't just use it on Gravijerk, but that's just because the positioning of the robot parts doesn't work for
They thought
getting
ahead
to
to
him with
prevent
enough
that.
time left.
Yeah, pretty much.
No fun allowed.
Yep. Thank you, Natsumi. Good game.
Yeah.
Bad gravity boss
Yeah, this would be a fantastic speed game if not for the gravity boss.
Yep.
Yeah,
As it is,
even the jetpack guy section is not really that bad.
Now again, you can actually manipulate those. I just failed to do it because marathons.
Yeah. Because they are playing a bit differently than you would in like a PB attempt at this game too, as far as like getting a lot more health recovery and getting like, I think, would you get that power vest in a PB attempt?
It saves a bunch of time on the fans.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
You'd also gamble a lot more on getting better drops in certain spots instead of farming it, stuff like that.
Wow, I guess that's not a...
Robo Zangief?
I have no money, but I guess I don't think that's actually a problem. I don't really need that much health. for the next
Okay,
section.
so yeah, these fans, you have to kill them because they push you away, and having the power vest really.
They take 8 hits normally with the power vest, but yeah, getting there with the vest saves well over 15 seconds, so it's worth it for the minor backtrack you have to do to get it.
Yeah, and you have to be more. You can't damage boost through some of the enemies in the first half.
Yeah.
Because you need to save the vest.
Makes me wonder if you could route it so that you still have a vest from a previous stage when you come in here too.
In theory, yeah, but it wouldn't really make that enough of a difference to really worry about, I don't think.
Yeah, because damage boosting is just kind of a thing you have to do in that section.
That jump is way harder than it looks, by the way.
Yeah, the underwater physics are pretty floaty.
It's a NES, of course, it's going to have terrible underwater physics.
It's better than most, just they're really floaty.
So, yeah.
It's different.
Getting the triple beta robot back for this boss is essential.
Yep. Makes a huge difference in the kill time.
That's actually one of the worst places in the game to die is on that boss, because if you spawn there with nothing but your fist, this fight is borderline impossible.
He is incredible. Yeah, this is probably the worst design boss from a just basic thought process, because if you don't have a robot, there's not really great ways to attack him safely. But fortunately, you can just pin him in a corner.
And he's like, robot's taking more damage than he really should have. Crap. Okay, that took a little longer than it should have, but that still went all right. Hurting myself a little bit. Just to save a bit of time. I only have 1 life left, don't I?
I think I have only
twice, yes, I have
Yeah,
died
I am
twice.
also on 1 life.
I really hope I don't die.
We're making this exciting in all the wrong ways, by the way.
Yeah, this race is definitely shaping up to be pretty strange.
Yeah, because the final stage is as long as like 2 regular stages.
Yeah, and it also has the longest checkpoint in the game, because you have to refight 3 bosses. If you die any time before finishing the first 3 bosses, you go clear back to the beginning of the final stage.
And this is the stage that isn't in the Japanese version.
Yeah,
right?
this is replaced by the carnival level in the Japanese version, and they rearranged some of the bosses, like the robots that Klaige fought at the end of the factory stage that you saw earlier. Those are replaced by dancers in the carnival stage, and they have a lot more health, but they also don't have the snake form.
And I think the carnival stage is unique music that isn't even in the English version at all.
Yeah, it's the carnival and the fire stage. Whoops, what am I? That's the wrong box. The carnival and the fire stage share music in the Japanese version, whereas the gravity and fire stage share the U.S. version for whatever reason.
Yep. So I'm not going to have the power-up vest for the fans, unfortunately, due to
This is what we call the fetus punching level, too.
Yes.
This is also what we call the lag marine level.
Yeah.
You'll see why shortly.
Because I mean,
Pretty impressive.
he's going to be killing a lot of these things just to cut down on lag, even if he doesn't look like he really has to progress safely.
You can already see it starting.
Yeah.
Yep. It's pretty powerful.
So I wait until after I get hit to get the vest there so that I can still have the invincibility to not waste a hit on the vest.
Yeah, because you really want the vest for the next boss.
Yeah, it saves a bunch of time.
Oh, and this kind of power punch he's doing by punching a couple times while standing in place is double strength, and having the vest on top of that.
Yeah, the haymaker does double the
those
regular
big
punch.
pink guys have a ton of health, as you can see.
Yeah, it also takes twice as long to swing, but so it kind of when you're just sitting there spamming it, it doesn't make that much of a difference, but it makes a difference in certain like boss fights.
Yeah, and like breaking walls too.
Yeah. Whoops! Wow, you launched me the wrong way. What the hell was that? It's not giving me great pattern. So imagine that fight taking twice as long as if I hadn't brought the red vest in.
I think that thing has the most health in the game, as far as I can.
Would not surprise me.
Because well over 30-some punches, even with the vest. So yeah.
That was a pretty good water boss fight on Klaige's part.
Not letting him escape the corner at all is
about
as good as you can hope for.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm now gonna do the stage that Klaige did first. And he's going to do the stage I just did, so we'll have a better idea of how far apart we are at the end of these stages.
These stages are fairly comparable in time, but the factory is definitely shorter, so I'd be very surprised.
So I know UA did the gravity stage first because of the boss. I mean, what was your logic behind
Basically,
your
that's how I routed the game originally, and having the vest in this early part of the game is worth quite a bit, so that's basically the whole reason.
So,
like I said, at the end of the day, it's more personal preference, but for an actual speed run, you're going to do gravity first to eliminate
so I got
the
lucky,
RNG.
and that was actually a bag. I think for Klaige, it was grenades.
Yes,
I remember hearing
correct.
them complain about that.
it's assigned to the global timer, which starts at the beginning of each stage, but it seems to change on a random number of frames. I haven't figured out what it is just yet. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of task information on it because the task doesn't need to collect a whole lot of power-ups.
Yeah, the task doesn't get the robot at all.
No,
Nope.
not at all.
It also abuses a punch mechanic that's really, really hard to do.
Yeah.
At the time, it's basically not impossible. I've never been able to figure out how to get it consistent, and Klaige was working on it for a while, but I think he gave up on it.
Yeah, you can kind of recreate it, but like, my hand is not made of metal like Steve H's, so eventually it would wear out for sure. And now
So it's pretty important that I go into the final stage with 2 beta pieces for the route I have figured out. I'm still not entirely sure it's actually faster than just doing it a slightly different way, but it sure feels like it to me. So that's what I'm used to. So. Oh come on, hit the stupid snake head. There we go. Whatever. I don't need to test for the first part of the stage. I think I do a bunch of damage boosting anyway.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, part of the problem with this section of the fetus stage is that sometimes they'll spawn behind you and make it chase you like they were doing there. He still managed to get out just fine, but that was way closer than I would have liked.
Yep. So now you have a good idea how far ahead UA is of me at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, this is still well within the margin of gravity loss.
Yep. Oh, yes.
And pretty much any death at all in the final stage is going to change.
If one of us dies and the other doesn't, we may as well just give up. I mean, you seriously lose like 4 minutes.
Music in this stage is awesome too, although it is for the whole game. But
yeah, this has one of the best NES soundtracks I've ever heard, bar none.
Nice fight.
Reasonable fight.
That was unexpected. I was not expecting to get launched back there.
Well, I will try and crawl it back in here, but it's mostly out of my control. Gravity Boss will really decide who goes where here.
Wow. Okay. This is already looking kind of bad.
But first, the longest cutscene for no purpose.
Yeah.
Yep. Playing it way safer than I really need to, but these grenade hitboxes are way bigger than they look. Especially when you've got your robot buddy there, because he can get hit by a grenade and make it blow up right over your head.
Mm-hmm.
He basically like triples the size of your hitbox if you're not careful in your movement. Okay, I'm probably okay now. Oops. Well, I'm still okay, but not as okay. It's a health thing right here. I just would have rather not have taken that hit because it means I won't have it'll be less likely that I have the best later on.
All right. So the goal for the routing here is to kill 2 of the bosses just with the mecha suit. All right, that was a pretty good fight.
Yeah. Ideally, I can kill him before he jumps up on the wall, but he is a little bit random. So,
because as long as this stage is, it does have a lot of health pads and a lot of robot parts.
Yep. If I miss any of the robot parts, I'm probably gonna die. So you need to be careful.
Yes.
Or if I accidentally pick up the wrong robot part.
Yep.
Then yeah, I mean
that's
it's basic.
GG too.
Just about, yeah. Oops. Whatever. Come on. Get over here. There we go. This is a pretty hard jump right here.
There we go.
That's more difficult than it looks.
And now time for Katana Dude round 2.
Yep. Ah, hit him.
Do you use a different robot part route for the stage then, Klaige?
I don't get the powered up vest for this fight now.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, that guy is pretty easy to just stand and punch, so.
That doesn't make as much of a difference. Oh, and here's the gravity section again.
Yep, so we all know what's coming up next.
Yep.
The Great Equalizer.
Do something, come on. I have to wait until he either throws a grenade or shoots so I know how to react. And he like stood there for a really long time not doing anything. That was weird.
That guy took an unfortunate
robot
pattern.
just did a circle for no reason. It's actually not as important at this point if I get the right robot. Well, I mean, I still want to get the right robot parts, but if I miss a robot part, I can recover from that. But it's pretty annoying to do so, so I'd rather not. All right, gravity boss round 2. Let's see.
Pretty strong start, gravity boss. Huh.
Yeah, he said he waved from the side.
Yeah,
Hi, please stop.
Gravity Boss demands a real race.
Yes.
Even though you both screwed it up.
Like I said, while we were getting set up for the race, I could hear this guy cackling from inside the cartridges.
Yeah, what the
just giving you the luck from his.
Oh my god, I'm terrible at hitting him right now.
Oh, that has definitely happened before. That is this fight in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Good job. Yeah. UA is pretty safe now. Unless
he gets like god luck, then I've probably won, but I could fall in this last shaft climb, so it's not over yet.
Yeah, he's not giving him great luck either.
Yeah, he's out of range, unfortunately, here for me. Because he stuck me to the ceiling.
I'm picking up some extra stuff for safety just in case the boss fight goes poorly.
See, I'm getting the other trolling. He's staying on screen for me, but he's not.
Yeah, he's not standing in the right place.
Yeah,
with
I'm actually getting the attack patterns I want. He's just not in the right spot.
I mean, different robots would make it easier to hit him too, but they also create more lag and are just less useful in general than the triple beta.
But once he's in the room, it's GG. So.
Yeah, the final boss is a pushover with the mecha suit.
Yep, correct.
Yeah, well, even without too, if you know how to stun lock him.
All right, so time will be when this guy starts blowing up for me. Not the best pattern. I can kill. Okay.
There we go.
What was my time? 25-27?
Okay. For 2 deaths, that's not bad at all. That's better than my last Sgdq run that had no deaths in it.
It had one of the most amazing Gravajerk Mark II fights I've ever seen too.
Yeah, that was
3 out of 4 fights for him were pretty incredible.
This is going to be pretty nice and close for how much RNG.
Yeah, for how much we screwed this up and for how bad the RNG messed with us. Yeah, I mean, this is way closer than I expected, especially after I died twice. He's not giving him a great pattern.
No, that's a really unfortunate pattern. He's almost dead, but there we go.
Right.
Time. I didn't need to know that.
Yeah, we need to be clapping like this, like the guys in the cutscene.
Oh man.
Now that is a grin.
Yep. Steve H knows what he's done.
Oh yeah.
Congratulations to UraniumAnchor for winning that, and good job for both racers in racing Shatterhand. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be taking the stream down here shortly. It will come right back up with some tunes while we work on some audio issues, so get audio hype. All right, we'll be back as soon as we can, so please stick around.